Good evening, students. I hope you're all very excited to know about your answers that you have answered yesterday. So, I'm Daniel, your physics lecturer. So, for the next 1 hour, I'll be giving the analysis of your physics paper step by step. So, let me start with question number 1. So, I'll introduce the paper first. So, this is your paper code D2. So, those who have paper code D2, so it will be very easy for them. Those who have other papers, you may have to find the question. Just go through the session first. So, this will be there. Again, I'll send you the PDF. You can just go through the answers. Okay. So, good students. So, let's start with the class. So, in the first question, a man weighs 80 kgs. So you can underline this statement. A man weighs 80 kgs. He stands in a weighing scale in a lift which is moving upwards. So underline this. I have told you many times in the class, for the upward motion and the downward motion, you are supposed to use different formulas here. Small modification in the formula will give you two different answers. So just have a concentration about this. So your acceleration is nothing but 6 meters per second. What will be the weight? Man weighs 80 kgs. Lift is moving upwards with acceleration of 6 meters per second. What will be his weight when the lift is moving upwards? So the formula will be tension, which is equal to m times g plus a. So where mass is nothing but 80 kgs, g is nothing but 10, acceleration is nothing but 16. So it will be 80 into 16. So multiples will be 1 to 8. So add a 0. This will be nothing but tension. Tension will be 1280 Newton. So now if you look at the question, they have asked for weight in kgs. So what will be weight? Weight will be nothing but tension dividing by acceleration due to gravity. So I'll do W is equal to T by G, which is nothing but 1280 dividing by 10. 0, 0 get cancelled. Your answer will be 128 kg. So which is nothing but option 4. I hope most of you might have done this question. So we have discussed this in the crash course, guys. So let us go to the second question now. Question number 2. So if you look at question number 2, a mass M is hung with a light inextensible string as shown in the figure. So generally when there is a mass like this, there will be a weight in the downward direction, which is nothing but mg. So now here the angle is nothing but 45. So this will be your tension T. Make this as two components. This will be your T cos theta. This will be nothing but T sin theta. So this angle 45 can be shifted this side. This is 45 degree. Now, if you analyze the question again, what are we supposed to find is tension on the horizontal string. See, this is the horizontal string. I can write this as T dash. See, T sin theta will be equal to mg. Vertical forces. Vertical forces is nothing but T sin theta and the downward force is nothing but mg. Now, your horizontal forces are nothing but T cos theta, which is equal to T dash. So if you just notice, take this as equation number 1, take this as equation number 2, divide equation 1 and 2. So try to divide equation 1 and 2. T and T get cancelled. Sin theta by cos theta will be nothing but tan theta, which will be nothing but mg dividing by T dash. So if you notice the angle in the question, theta is nothing but 45. Tan 45 is nothing but 1. Tan 45 is 1. Tan 45 is 1. Your T dash will be equal to just mg. So mg is nothing but your option 3. Mg is nothing but option 3. So let's go to the next question now. Look at question number 3. Two bodies with kinetic energies in the ratios. See, I'll underline the kinetic energy first. Kinetic energies are in the ratio of 3:1. They have equal linear momenta. They have equal linear momenta. Ratio of their masses is ratio of their masses. See, kinetic energy is given by P square dividing by 2m, where kinetic energy is inversely proportional to mass. mass is inversely proportional to kinetic energy. So again, I am repeating this. It is an equal linear momenta. So I have not taken momentum here. Mass is inversely proportional to kinetic energy. Your answer will be reciprocal of kinetic energy that is given in the question. So here it is 3:1 in the question. Your answer will be nothing but 1:3. So this is nothing but question number 2. Let's go to the next question. See, look at question number 4 here. Horizontal force of 5 Newton is applied on a stationary body. See, this is nothing but a body of mass 5 kg. There is a force of 5 Newton acting on this. Acceleration will be nothing but force by mass, which is nothing but 5 by 5. 5 by 5 will be equal to 1 kg. Coming to next one, which is initially at rest. So take the initial velocity as 0. What are we supposed to find is change in kinetic energy after 10 seconds. So what is change in kinetic energy? Change in kinetic energy is nothing but kinetic energy final minus kinetic energy initial. Initial kinetic energy will be 0 because if you can notice, the object is initially at rest. So if it is initially at rest, initial kinetic energy will be 0. Your final kinetic energy will be equal to half mv square. So if you notice, there is no final velocity. Final velocity can be written as a into t, considering u as 0. Acceleration is nothing but 1. The time taken is nothing but 10 seconds. So multiply, that will be equal to 10. So your kinetic energy will be half. M is nothing but 5. V is nothing but 10. If you square it will be 100. 2 1s are 2 5s are. This will be 50. So multiply 5 5s are 50. That will be nothing but 250 joules. So which is nothing but option 4. Let's go to the next question now. So the next question is angular momentum of a body remaining constant. What is the formula for angular momentum first? Angular momentum can be written in terms of torque as d external is equal to dl dividing by dt. Rate of change of angular momentum is equal to torque. See, they have told angular momentum is constant. So L is constant. Differentiation of a constant is nothing but 0, which means external torque acting on the object should be 0. Let's look at the option. So force is not related to this. So it is not option 1 or option 2. Either it is option 1 or option 2. So if you can look at third and fourth option, in the third option, you have net external torque is applied. So, but if you see answer here, external torque should be 0. So that is nothing but your answer for net external torque is not applied or external torque is equal to 0. That will be your answer, which is nothing but option 4. Going to the next question here. If the earth were suddenly to contract to half of its present value. So what is half of its present value is nothing but r dash is equal to r by 2. Size of the earth reduces to half. So which means your previous value was nothing but 2 times r dash. What would be the duration of a day? So currently the duration of day is nothing but 24 hours. Currently the duration of day is nothing but 24 hours. What will happen to the duration of the day if the size of the earth reduces to half? So that is what I have written here. So remember, for rotational motion, we can write L is equal to I omega. L is always constant. Angular momentum is always constant. I stands for moment of inertia. Moment of inertia can be written as 2 by 5 mr square. Omega can be written as 2 pi f. That can also be written as 2 pi by t. So you can write the same formula as 2 by 5 mr square into 2 pi by t. So I told you what about the left hand side? Left hand side is nothing but a constant. Angular momentum is always constant in rotation motion. Coming to this, from this particular formula, I can take T is directly proportional to R square. T is directly proportional to R square. Write this as T dash dividing by T. That will be equal to R dash dividing by R, the whole square. So I told you R is nothing but 2 times R dash. So write this as R dash dividing by 2 times R dash, the whole square. R dash and R dash gets cancelled. 1 by 2 square is nothing but 1 by 4. T dash will be equal to T by 4. The current time period of the earth is nothing but 24 hours. 24 hours dividing by 4, which is nothing but 6 hours. So look at the option here. So if you can notice, that will be nothing but your option 1. So going to the next question here. Imagine a new planet which has same density. See, this is the important statement here. New planet has the same density as that of Earth. It is 2 times bigger than the Earth. It is 2 times bigger than the Earth. If the acceleration due to gravity on the Earth is g, then on the surface of the new planet will be. Acceleration due to gravity is given as gm dividing by r square. Don't use this formula. Use 4 by 3 by g rho into r. In this particular formula, if you notice, they have same density. So I have written the formula in terms of density. So remember this, all these terms are constant. The only variable quantity is nothing but radius. So I can write this as g dash dividing by g, that will be equal to r dash dividing by r. So what is r dash? 2 times bigger than the Earth. R dash is 2 times bigger than the Earth. So that will be equal to 2r. 2r dividing by r and r get cancelled. G dash will be equal to 2g. So acceleration due to gravity of the planet will be twice that of the Earth, which is nothing but option 3. Let's go to next question now. Question number 8. See, in question number 8, suppose the acceleration due to gravity on the Earth's surface is g meter per second square. Split this, it should be g meter per second square. Similarly, at the surface of the moon, it is g dash meter per second square. An mkg passenger goes from Earth to the moon in a spaceship moving with a constant velocity. Neglect all the other objects in the sky, which represents the weight as a function of time. Which represents weight as a function of time. What is weight? Weight is nothing but mass multiplied with acceleration due to gravity. Mass never changes. Mass is always constant, which means weight is directly proportional to g. So coming to this, imagine this is the Earth. There is nothing but moon. Okay. A person moves from Earth to the moon like this. See, this particular point will be called as neutral point. What is neutral point? Neutral point is a position where the acceleration due to gravity will be 0. So if the acceleration due to gravity is 0, weight should become 0. Now let us look at the options here. See, they have given A. So in A, weight is not becoming 0. So you cannot take A. If you look at B also, the weight doesn't become 0. So it cannot be B as well. If you look at C carefully, C is inversely proportional to R square. But the line doesn't look like inversely here. So eliminate your option C. So the only option that you are left with is nothing but D, which is nothing but option 4. C, weight should become 0. That doesn't happen in A and B. In C, it should be inversely proportional to R square. But if you can see the graph, it is in a straight line here. So you cannot take your third curve here. The last option is nothing but option D, which is nothing but 4. So coming to the next question. Instrument fitted in the carburetor of an automobile. So carburetor of an automobile for a correct mixture of air and fuel is based on which principle? So this is mechanical properties of fluids. So don't consider Newton's law of cooling. So it will be Pascal's law or Bernoulli's principle. Pascal's law is for lift. Okay. Whereas Bernoulli's principle is for an aeroplane. Magnus effect, which is nothing but a spinning ball. It can also be a carburetor, which is nothing but automobile. So your correct answer is nothing but option 2. Going to the next question after this. See, this question I had done in the CET session. Hope most of you remember. two wires of same material, underline same material, and they have same length. Two wires of same material and they have same length. Diameter of the second wire is 2 times the diameter of the first wire. Diameter of the second wire is 2 times the diameter of the first wire. Then the ratio of extension. See, you're supposed to take the ratio of extension produced by the wires by applying same load. See, they have same material, same length, same load. You are supposed to find the extension. The formula for extension is nothing but delta L, which is nothing but F into L dividing by pi d square. So in terms of diameter, it will be 4FL dividing by pi d square. So if you notice, same load, same length, made up of same material. So you can take all this as constants. All this as constant. Extension is inversely proportional to d square. Write this as delta L1 dividing by delta L2. That will be nothing but d2 dividing by d1, the whole square. So what is d2 is nothing but 2 times d1 dividing by d1, the whole square. You can cancel d1 and d1. That will be 4:1, which is nothing but option 4. Let's go to the next question. In a capillary tube experiment, vertical 30 centimeter long capillary tube is dipped in water. So you can just imagine. So this is a capillary tube. The length of the capillary tube is nothing but 30 centimeter. Water rises up to a height of, so imagine water rises up to a height of 10 centimeter. If this experiment is conducted in a freely falling water in an elevator, so remember, for a free fall, acceleration due to gravity will be 0. Then the length of the water in the column becomes, in the first case, the length was nothing but 10 centimeter. What will be the length of the water in the second case? See, the second case is nothing but a free fall, acceleration due to gravity is 0. H is nothing but 2t cos theta dividing by rho r g. Everything is a constant, only g is becoming 0. So which means you have something dividing by 0. That will be nothing but infinity. So there is no option infinity here. So your height will be equal to the length of the tube. So your height of the liquid in the tube will be equal to its maximum length. The maximum length of the tube is nothing but 30 centimeter, which is nothing but option 3. Look at question number 12. For question number 12, in a thermodynamic process, which is not true? Isothermal process, temperature remains constant. This is a correct statement. Isobar means bar is a unit of pressure. Okay. In isobaric process, volume remains constant. So this is a wrong statement because isobaric where the pressure remains constant. Next one is adiabatic process. Adiabatic process where there is no transfer of heat between the system and the surroundings. They have given insulated from the surroundings. So this is also correct statement. The last one is nothing but in an adiabatic process, PV rho is equal to constant. So in an adiabatic process, PV rho is equal to constant. So the fourth statement is also correct. So if you look at the options, so your second statement is an incorrect statement and the other three are correct statements. So that will be on nothing but option 2. Going to the next question. The graph of P versus volume for 1 mole of gas at constant temperature. So underline constant temperature. So if it is constant temperature, we also call this as Boyle's law, where pressure is inversely proportional to volume. So if volume and pressure are plotted like this, so if the pressure increases, volume should decrease. So if you can notice, that will be nothing but your option 4. Coming to question number 14. Mass of 1 kg is executing simple harmonic motion. Displacement is given by x is equal to 6 cos 100t plus pi by 4. What is the maximum kinetic energy? Kinetic energy is given by half mv square. Maximum kinetic energy will be equal to half m v max square. V max formula is nothing but A omega. So I can write this as K max is equal to 1 by 2 m A square omega square. So how to identify A from the equation? So there is nothing but amplitude, but it is in centimeters. Note that there is nothing but omega. Omega is 100. You can write 100 as 10 to the power 2. I can directly write the values like this: 1 by 2 into 1. A value is nothing but 6. 6 square is nothing but 36. I told you it is in centimeters. Centimeters is nothing but 10 to the power minus 4. Omega value is nothing but 100. 100 can be written as 10 power 2. If you can square, it will be 10 power 4. Minus 4 and plus 4 get cancelled. Half of 36 is nothing but 18 joules. So 18 joules is there in option 4. Look at this particular question from a wave chapter. A frequency of mu gives 6 beats per second when sound of frequency 200 Hz. The second harmonic of frequency 2 mu gives 8 beats per second when sounded with a source frequency of 420 Hz. The value of V is. See, in the first case, I'll take F1 minus F2, which is equal to beat frequency. This is a formula for beat frequency. I can write F1 as just is equal to F. This will be F2. F2 is nothing but 200. You can notice here, F2 is nothing but 200. That will be equal to number of beats. Number of beats in the first case is nothing but 6. So if you take this minus 200 that side, it will be plus 200. So write it as 200 plus or minus 6 because it can be either plus or minus. Your frequency will be equal to 206 Hz in the first case. Let us go to the second case now. If you look at the second case, it is 2 mu minus 420 Hz. Say it is 2 mu and the frequency is nothing but 420 Hz. And the number of beats in this case is nothing but 8. So number of beats is nothing but 8. So if I take this, it will be 2 mu, that will be equal to 428 plus or minus, remember. So if it is plus, it will be 424. If it is minus, it will be 416. Divide this, it will be 206 in the second case and 202 in the first case. So if you notice both the conditions, in the first condition you have got the frequency as 206. In the second case you have got it as 212 and 206. Because 206 is present in both the conditions, you can take option 2 as the answer. Look at question number 16. Following are the statements of process taking place in nature. Following are the statements of few processes taking place in nature. Free expansion of a gas. Second statement is combustion of a mixture of petrol and air ignited by a spark. The leaking of a gas from kitchen cylinder. The transfer of heat from one heated part of a liquid to the colder part. So transfer of heat from a heated part to a colder part. Which among the process are irreversible? Process that cannot be reversed again are nothing but irreversible process. See, first one is a free expansion of a gas. It is a correct statement. Second one, combustion of a petrol and air is ignited by a spark. That is also a correct statement. Leaking of a cylinder, correct statement. So if you can look at this, all the 4 options are correct, which is nothing but option 4. Look at next question here. So this is from your second PU topic, electric charges and fields. Electron falls through a distance of 1.5 centimeter. Take this as distance S. In an electric field of 2 into 10 to the power 4 Newton per Coulomb from rest. Time taken to cover a distance in second is time taken to cover a distance. Say I'll take a formula S is equal to UT plus half AT square. So take this as 0 because initial velocity is 0. T will be equal to 2S dividing by A. A will be nothing but acceleration. Acceleration can be written as force by mass. Electron gets accelerated due to electric field. So it will be electric force. Electric force is nothing but QE by M. So you can write the same formula as T is equal to square root of 2Sm dividing by QE. This is a formula now. So if you can notice, you have two, distance is nothing but 1.5 centimeter. Write this as 10 to the power minus 2. Mass of the electron is given as 9 into 10 to the power minus 31. Next, charge of the electron is nothing but 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. Electric field is given as 2 into 10 to the power 4. So just try to cancel this 2 and 2. 1.5 and 1.6. You are left with 9. Square root of 9 is nothing but 3. The option should be very closer to 3. So there are two options which are closer to 3 here, which is nothing but 1 and 2. So now if you look at the powers, in the numerator I have 10 to the power minus 33. In the denominator I have 10 to the power minus 15. If it comes to the numerator, it is plus 15. So the difference will be nothing but minus 80. If you take square root of it, it will be equal to minus 9. So your answer will be 3 into 10 to the power minus 9. So the only option that matches is option A. Look at next question here. See, if you can remember the shortcut formulas for this, it will be easy to solve. What will be the total electric flux? What will be the total electric flux in the figure of side of length A if the charge Q is placed at B? So there is a point where the charge is placed. See, if the charge is placed exactly at the center, if the charge is placed at the center, it will be Q by Epsilon naught. If the charge is placed at any one of the faces in the side faces, so if it is placed in the faces, your answer will be Q dividing by 2 epsilon naught. If it is placed at any one of the corners, so if it is placed at the corner, so it will be Q dividing by 8 epsilon naught. If it is placed at the midpoint of the sides, so at this particular point, so at the midpoint of the sides, so I write this as midpoint of the sides, that will be equal to Q dividing by 4 epsilon naught. That is nothing but, if you notice, it is placed at point B, which is nothing but option 3. Next question is also from same chapter. The same chapter where you have Gauss law, where Gauss law states that total electric flux is equal to Q dividing by epsilon naught. So let this be Q total dividing by epsilon naught. So what is surface S1 having now? Surface S1 has minus 2Q plus Q. Surface S1 has minus 2Q plus Q. So that will be nothing but minus 2Q plus Q, that will be equal to minus Q. So applied for the first surface, if you apply for the first surface, your electric flux will be equal to minus Q dividing by epsilon. Minus Q dividing by epsilon naught should go to second option. Second option. So you can see here option 1 and option 4. And let me go to the second surface now. Your second surface has plus Q and minus Q. So plus Q and minus Q will give you a total charge of 0. Total charge will be 0. So your second surface has an electric flux of 0. So it should go to third one. So if you can see where it goes to the third one here, S2 should go to 3, B should go to 3, A should go to 3, B should go to 2, which is nothing but option 2. If you want to solve the last one, your last one will be nothing but minus 2Q. So minus 2Q is nothing but this surface. So which is nothing but option. Let's go to the next question here. There is a direct formula, you don't have to worry. A parallel plate capacitor in a uniform electric field in the space between the plates. If the distance between the plates is nothing but D, area of each plate is A, the energy stored in the capacitor is. Energy stored in the capacitor is nothing but half CV square. But there is a formula for energy density. Energy density is nothing but 1 by 2 F7 naught into E square. Energy density is nothing but energy per unit volume. Energy per unit volume can be written as 1 by 2 F7 naught into E square. Volume can be written as area of the plates multiplied with the distance between the plates. Energy will be equal to 1 by 2 F7 naught E square multiply area and distance between the plates. That will be your answer, which is nothing but option 3. So look at this particular question from the same chapter, potential and capacitance. In the circuit shown figure, potential difference across 4 microfarad capacitor is. See, this is in series, so this will be V1, this will be V2. These two are in parallel, they will have same potential. Consider these two are in parallel. So you will have 9 plus 3. So 9 plus 3 is nothing but 12. C2 is nothing but 12. So your formula for V1 is nothing but C2 dividing by C1 plus C2 into V. So this is C1. This entire circuit is nothing but C2 now. So I'll write this as 12 dividing by 4 plus 12. The entire potential in the circuit is again 12. So this will be 12 dividing by 16 into 12. So this is a multiple of 4. 4 3s are, 4 4s are. Again multiple of 4. 4 1s are, 4 3s are. Multiply 3 into 3. 3 into 3 is nothing but 9. Your answer across C1 is nothing but 9 volts, which is nothing but option 3. Look at question number 22. An electric dipole of dipole moment P is placed in a uniform electric field. Remember, this is a uniform electric field. If it is uniform electric field, force will be 0. Look at the third statement here. The net force on the dipole is non-zero. The net force on the dipole is non-zero. So non-zero, but in a uniform electric field, force will be 0. Third statement will be wrong. Then which of the following statements are correct? So the other two statements are nothing but torque. Torque is given by P sin theta. Torque is given by P sin theta. You can write this as P vector into E vector because there is a net cross product. Similarly, potential energy is given by minus P cos theta. So if there is a cos theta, I told you it is a net dot product. It will be minus P dot E vector. So both statement 1 and 2 are correct. Third statement is wrong because uniform electric field force will be 0. So your option will be 1 and 2 only. That is nothing but option 2. Look at this particular question from the same chapter. 200 joules of work is done in moving a charge of 5 coulomb from point A, where the potential is minus 20. Potential at point A is minus 20 to another point B, where the potential is V volt. The value of V at B is. See, work done will be nothing but delta V into Q. Work done is given. Work done is nothing but 200 joules. Delta V can be written as VB minus VA into Q. Q is nothing but 5. So if you can cancel this, that will be equal to 40. VB minus of minus, if you note there is a minus sign here, minus of minus will become plus, that will be 20. So it will be VB 40 minus 20, that will be equal to 20 volts. That is nothing but option 2. Let's go to the next question. So you should use Kirchhoff junction rule. What is junction rule? Sum of current entering the junction is equal to sum of currents leaving the junction. Just notice the question here. In the figure, the values of I1. See, this is I1. 5 is the current which is entering this junction. So 1 ampere of current is leaving here. 1 ampere is leaving here. The remaining current is nothing but 4. I1 should be equal to 4. I1 should be equal to 4. Which option has 4 in this is nothing but option 2 and option 3. Option 2 and option 3 has 4 ampere. Let us go to the next junction now. Out of 4 ampere, 1.5 is gone, 1.5 is gone. So your I2 will be 4 minus 1.5. 4 minus 1.5 is nothing but 2.5. So 2.5 is again there in both the options. So you'll have to go through I3. So now what is the current here is nothing but I3 will be nothing but 2.5 minus 1.5. So this is the current which is going outside. So this is your I3, 1.5, that should be equal to 1 ampere. So if you notice the options here, that will be nothing but option 3. Look at question number 25. The number of electrons moving per second. So take the time as 1 second. Through a filament lamp, 60 watt, 120 volt is nearly. See, because they have given power. Power is nothing but Vi. I will be nothing but P by V. P value is nothing but 60. V value is nothing but 120. 0, 0 get cancelled. That will be 1 by 2. Keep the current as 1 by 2. I can be written as N into E dividing by T. I value is nothing but 1 by 2. N as it is. 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19, which is nothing but charge of the electron per second. Take the time as 1. So your N will be equal to 1 dividing by 2 into 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 19. Most of you might have done 1 dividing by 1.6. 1 dividing by 1.6 will be 0.625 into 10 to the power plus 90 dividing by 2. So if you divide with 2, it will be 0.31 into 10 to the power 19. 0.31 is there in two options. So one is 10 power 19. This is wrong because you have to shift one decimal. Your option 3 will be correct. Look at this question. Resistivity of a conductor is independent. This statement is wrong. So you have drawn a graph like this in the theory, if you remember. Temperature, resistivity. Conductor is nothing but, let us take copper as an example. Copper is a good conductor of electricity. For copper, you draw like this. As the temperature increases, copper increases. They have given independent. So this is a wrong statement. The resistivity of a semiconductor decreases with temperature. So this is temperature, this is resistivity. You might have seen a graph like this for a silicon or germanium, which is nothing but a semiconductor. So second statement is correct. First statement is wrong, second statement is correct. So if you see the options here, option 4, statement 1 is false, statement 2 is correct. So option 4 is correct. Look at the next question here. Current is flowing through a wire, decreases linearly from 10 ampere to 0 in 4 seconds. Find the total charge. See, I can write this as I is equal to delta Q dividing by delta T. So where you have a graph here, dq can be written as I into dt, or you can write this as area of IT graph. IT is nothing but current time graph, gives charge 1 by 2 into 10 into 4. 2 ones are 2 twos are. So that will be equal to 20 ampere. Sorry, 20 coulomb. We are calculating the charge, that will be equal to 20 coulomb, which is nothing but option 2. Look at next question, question number 28. In question number 28, this may bit twist you with the answers. Just have a look. In a conducting region, 10 power 19 electron, 10 power 19 protons move to the left. So there will be no current due to motion of protons and electrons. So just leave this. While 10 to the power 19 alpha particle move to the right side. Remember, by convention, alpha particles are moving to the right. Alpha particles are moving to the right. Your current will also be towards the right. How many options have towards the right is option 2 and option 3. So you're dealing with alpha particle. Remember, charge of alpha particle is 2 times the charge of proton. Charge of alpha particle is 2 times the charge of proton. Your current will be nothing but Q by T. Q can be written as NE dividing by T. So I'll write this as alpha. That will be equal to N times 2 EP dividing by T. So N value is nothing but 10 to the power 19. They have given 10 to the power 19 particles. Charge of proton is nothing but 1.6 into 10 to the power minus 90. So they have given per second here. So that will be nothing but 1. 10 power plus 19 minus 19 get cancelled. That will be equal to 3.2. Already I told you, by convention, the current will be towards the right. So the only options which are towards the right is option 2 and 3. But the answer will be equal to 3.2, which is nothing but. Look at question number 29. Point charge is placed in a moving train. Passenger A sitting in the train and the person B standing on the ground. For person A and for person B. So person B is on a platform. Person B is on a platform. Whereas a person A is in the train. Correct? For person A, charge will be at rest. For person B, charge will be in motion. Charge at rest, no electric field or magnetic field. No electric field or magnetic field. So forget about person A. So forget about person A. I told you only for person B, the charge is in motion. So it produces both electric field as well as magnetic field. Charge in motion produces both electric field and magnetic field, which will be nothing but option 2. Look at next question. This is also from moving charges and magnetism. There are 3 particles given: proton, electron and alpha particle. right angles to a uniform magnetic field with same velocity. If Rp, Re and R alpha are the radii of circular path, which of the following statement is correct? R is equal to mv dividing by qb. Okay. R will be directly proportional to m by q. Least the mass, least the radius. Electron has a least mass. So remember, it cannot be equal. So your option 4 and option 1 gets eliminated. It cannot be greater than. It cannot be greater than radius of proton and radius of alpha particle 3 also get eliminated. The only correct option is option 2. So if you want a formula further, so write it as R alpha is equal to m alpha dividing by q alpha. Mass of the alpha particle will be 4 times the mass of proton. Charge of the alpha particle will be 2 times the charge of proton. So it will be 2 ones are 2 twos are. So that will be 2 times the radius of proton. Alpha particle will have 2 times more radius when compared to proton. So the only option that shows here where the alpha particle has more radius is nothing but option 2. Already I told you electron has a least mass when compared to the other two particles. So your answer 2 will be correct. So look at this question. Biot-Savart Law indicates electron moving with a velocity v produces magnetic field around such that. So based on the Biot-Savart Law, your dB will be equal to mu naught by 4 pi. So you might have a tendency to write ideal. So I'll write it as V into R vector dividing by R cube. So what is this V into R vector actually indicates is velocity and magnetic field will always be perpendicular to each other. So which is nothing but your option 2. So the only the toughest question that I found this in paper was this particular question based on two circular loops. So just have a look here. This will be B1. Okay, so it should have been a straight line. So I'll try to correct it just a minute. Most of you might have felt this question is difficult. Okay, so this is your magnetic field B1. This is your magnetic field B2. Let us put B2 has two components. This is B sine theta. This is nothing but B cos theta. The angle is nothing but 45 degree. So where did I get 45 degree is nothing but they are inclined at an angle of 45 degree. So if you notice there are two components along the x-axis. So if you notice it should be something like root 2 plus 1 because I told you there are two components along the x-axis. So it should be plus along the x-axis. Wherever you have I cap it should be plus. So first let us solve step by step. Magnetic field at the center will be equal to mu naught I r square dividing by 2 r square plus x square whole to the power 3 by 2. So this is a common magnetic field. Mu naught I r square dividing by 2 times r square. So what is the value of x if you see the diagram? If you see the diagram, the value of x is nothing but this one, which is nothing but root 3 into r, root 3 into r. By squaring, if I write, it will become 3r square whole to the power 3 by 2. So to reduce the step, I'll add directly. So r square plus 3r square will become 4r square. If you take square root, it will become 2r to the power 3. So if you cube it, it will become mu naught I r square. 2 cube is nothing but 8. If you multiply with 2, it will become 16 times r cube. So you can cancel this r square and r square. You will have mu naught I dividing by 16. So this is a common magnetic field, but I told you there are three magnetic fields here. How to write this three magnetic field is magnetic field total will be B1 plus B cos theta plus B sin theta. So this will be I cap. This is also I cap. This is nothing but J cap. So you can take B common. So you'll be left with 1. Cos 45 and sin 45 is nothing but 1 by root 2. So this will be commonly I cap and I cap. The last one is nothing but 1 by root 2 J cap. So if you notice the options, you don't have root 2 in the denominator. There is no root 2 in the denominator. So which means root 2 is taken common. So mu naught I dividing by 16r into root 2 is taken common. So if there is no root 2 here, write root 2 plus 1 I cap plus Again, root 2 is taken common in the denominator, so that will be 1 j cap. The only option that matches to this particular question is your option 2. Sorry, it should be root 2 plus 1, which is nothing but option 1. Question number 33. If a paramagnetic bar is brought near a bar magnet, then paramagnetic bar, it is in a paramagnetic bar. So paramagnetic substances get attracted. So the option with the attracted is option 1, 3 and 4. In option 3, they have given repelled and attracted by North Pole and South Pole. So this is not correct. The only option that is correct is nothing but option 1. Look at question number 34 here. Pick the wrong statement along the following. See, you know that diamagnetic have magnetic susceptibility negative and small. Negative and small. So if you can look at the first statement, it has a negative sign here, so it is correct. Paramagnetic. So paramagnetic have chi value positive and small. It should be positive and small. But if you can look at this symbol, it is very large. So option 2 is wrong. Statement 2 is wrong. So if you look at the third statement, ferromagnetic. So ferromagnetic materials have a positive and very large value of magnetic susceptibility. So the value should be large. They have shown it is small here. They have shown it is small. So this statement is also wrong. So in the last statement, as I told you, susceptibility is very large. Your relative permeability is also very, very large. So option 2 is correct. So just have a look at this statement 1 and 4. Statement 1 and 4. Let's go to the next question here. Work function of the metal is. Work function of the metal is. So work function of the metal is nothing but minimum energy required to remove an electron from the metal surface. Minimum energy is nothing but option 3. Followed by next question. Question number 36. Variation of photoelectric current with anode potential. Photo current with anode potential. See, there is a second graph in the NCERT textbook. So those who have heard it in the classroom might be knowing about this graph. So along the x-axis you have anode potential. So I'll call this as positive potential. This side it will be negative potential, or also called as stopping potential. Initially when the potential increases, current also increases. So there is current also increases and becomes saturated. This is a saturation current. There is no use of increasing the positive potential. So reversing the potential will reduce the photo current and gradually brings it to the zero. So if you look at the graphs here, the only graph that is correct is nothing but option 1. Next, going to question number 37. Faraday-Henry's experiment. Which of the following is wrong? Which of the following is wrong? When the bar magnet is moved towards the stationary coil along the axis, galvanometer shows deflection. This is a correct statement. When the bar magnet is moved away also, it shows a deflection. That is also a correct statement. Keeping the magnet stationary, if you move the coil, it shows deflection. Third statement is also correct. When the coil and magnet are moved without relative motion. See, there should be a relative motion. They have mentioned it as without relative motion. So statement 4 is wrong. They have asked you to identify the wrong statement. The wrong statement is nothing but option 4. So coming to next question here. In the figure shown, the conductor PQ of length L is moved from x is equal to 0 to x is equal to b. So this is x is equal to 0 to x is equal to b. Then up to x is equal to 2b. With a constant velocity v, the uniform magnetic field B is perpendicular to the plane of the paper, extends from x is equal to 0 to x is equal to b, and it is 0 from x is greater than b. So here the magnetic field is equal to 0. The magnitude of induced EMF is, see, your induced EMF will be given as BLV. Okay, between the region x is equal to 0 to x is equal to b. So what happens to x is equal to b to x is equal to 2b might be your question. here the magnetic field will be 0. Your induced EMF will also be equal to 0. Only between x is equal to 0 and x is equal to B, you will have an EMF of BLV. So if you look at the options where you have BLV, so it is not option 1 and 2, it should be option 3 and 4. I told you it should be greater than 0, less than B, which is nothing but option 3. Greater than B, less than 2P, magnetic field is 0, there will be no EMF. So option 4 is wrong, the correct option is nothing but 3. Let us go to the next question. Question number 39. In a pure resistive circuit where current and voltage will be in phase. So if you observe the graph, it looks like this. Consider one is as a voltage, the other one is as current. So if you can notice like this, current and voltage will be maximum at same point. So if they are maximum at same point, there will be no phase difference. The phase difference will be equal to 0. So that is nothing but voltage and current are in phase, which is nothing but option 3. Let's go to the next question now. Question number 40. A light bulb rated 100 watts and 220 volts, 15 hertz. The RMS current. So what is RMS current? P is equal to VRMS into IRMS. IRMS will be equal to P dividing by VRMS. Power is given as 100. So I'll write 100 here. Voltage is nothing but 220. So let's write 220 here. 0 and 0 get cancelled. There are multiples of 2. You can write this as 5 by 11. So if you divide 5 with 11, so put a 0 here first, 0.50. So that will be nothing but 44. So that will be 4. 0.4. The only option that starts with 0.4 is nothing but option 1. So let's go to question number 41 here. Question number 41 looks lengthy, but remember few shortcuts here. Two wires have a resistance of 5 into 10 to the power minus 4 per meter, but the total length is nothing but 20 kilometers. But there are two wires, so the total resistance will be 20 kilometers, which is nothing but 20 into 10 to the power 3. There are two wires, so multiply with 2. Per meter, it offers a resistance of 5 into 10 to the power minus 4. So if you can just cancel this 10 to the power 3 and 10 to the power minus 4, you will be left with the 10 to the power minus 1. That will be 2 into 5, 10 to the power minus 1. So just multiply, this will be equal to 20 ohms. This is the total resistance of the wire. The power line losses in the form of heat. So you are supposed to find heat loss. Heat loss will be nothing but V into I. You can write V as IR, that will be equal to I square R. If you notice, there is no I given. I will be equal to P dividing by V. So P value is given in the first line here. P value is nothing but 9000 kilowatts. So dividing by 4500. So you can cancel 10 to the power 3, 10 to the power 3. So you have 90. 90 is nothing but 2. Make this as 20. So that will be nothing but 400 into 20. So that will be 8000. The only option with 8 kilowatt and 80 kilowatt. So you have 3 zeros. So it will be equal to 8 kilowatt, which is nothing but option 3. So option 4 is wrong. Let's go to the next question now. Question number 42. See, they have given a different laws that you have studied from different chapters. Remember Gauss law. What is Gauss law? Electric flux is equal to Q dividing by epsilon naught. See, whether you have Q dividing by epsilon naught anywhere, directly it is given in first statement itself. Now, second one is nothing but Gauss law. Gauss law is nothing but total magnetic flux should be equal to 0. Magnetic flux should be equal to 0. Where do you have magnetic flux? 0. So that is nothing but your third statement. Next, Faraday's law. Faraday's law states that if magnetic flux changes, it induces EMF. That is nothing but statement 4. Ampere circuitous law is nothing but this one. See, you have two options where they are connected with 1, which is nothing but 1 and 3. So your second option should go to 3. Second option going with 3, that is nothing but option 1. So you can ignore the other option, which is nothing but 3. Let's go to the next question now. Look at the next question here. See, if you remember laws of reflection, angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection. Angle of incidence is equal to angle of reflection. So this is angle of incidence. Angle of reflection will also be equal to 30 degree. Where is 30 degree here? This is nothing but third one. Angle of reflection should be 30 degree. So that will be your statement 3 or 4. Now, what is alpha here? Alpha will be nothing but 90 minus 30. 90 minus 30 will be your alpha. 90 minus 30 is nothing but 60. Alpha value should be nothing but 60. Your B should go to 1. B should go to 1 is there in third one. So what is deviation? So this should have been the actual path of the light. So out of this, there is a deviation of 180. So remove this alpha value. Alpha value is nothing but 60. That will be nothing but 120. The total deviation is nothing but 30. C should go to 2, which is nothing but option C is correct. Option 4 is wrong. Going to the next one. See, if you remember the basic principles of ray diagrams, this is easy to answer. See, there are different paths of incident light, different paths of incident light. Which of the 4 rays correctly show the direction of reflected light? Correctly represent. Remember, ray should pass through. Ray should pass through principal focus. Principal focus is nothing but F, after reflection. After reflection. So if you notice this ray P, if you notice P, after reflection it is passing through principal focus. So which means your option that is correct is nothing but C. Next, question number 45. Incorrect statement for refractive index for a pair of media. So what is refractive index? So refractive index can be written as sin I dividing by sin R. Sin I dividing by sin R. You can write this as N1 sin I is equal to N2 sin R. What they are given in first statement is, it depends upon the nature of the first medium. Yes, it depends upon the nature of the first medium. This is correct. It depends upon the nature of the second medium. That is also correct. And the other two options are, it depends upon wavelength. It depends upon the angle of incidence. So it doesn't depend upon the angle of incidence, but it depends upon the wavelength. Your correct statement is, sorry, incorrect statement is nothing but option 4. Look at question number 46. Critical angle. So if you remember critical angle, sin IC is equal to 1 by N12. 1 by N12 can be written as N2 dividing by N1. Refractive index is nothing but C by V. N is inversely proportional to V. I can write this as V2 dividing by V1. So your sin IC is nothing but sin theta V2 dividing by V1. So they have asked you to find the velocity in the second medium. No, this should have been inversely proportional to V1 dividing by V2. So your V2 will be equal to V1 dividing by sin theta. So what is V1 in the question is nothing but V. So that will be V dividing by sin theta. That is nothing but option 3. Look at question number 47. Light. Light comes under visible spectrum. So you know the range for visible spectrum, which is nothing but 400 nanometer to 700 nanometer, which is nothing but option 3. Next, going to question number 48. If you can look at question number 48, in Young's double slit experiment, how many maximum can be seen on the screen? How many maximum can be seen on the screen? So they have given small d value. The condition is nothing but d sin theta is equal to n lambda. D sin theta is equal to n lambda. So d value is nothing but 5 lambda by 2. So because they have given condition as maxima, I'll write it as 1, which is equal to n times lambda. Lambda and lambda get cancelled. N will be equal to 2.5. The 2.5 can be written as plus or minus, because so you get fringes on either side. So it will be plus or minus. So you can write it as 0, plus or minus 1, plus or minus 2. So plus or minus 1 will be 2 values. Plus or minus 2 also will be 2 values. So you'll be getting total 5 in number as fringes. So coming to the next one. The radius of the first orbit. See, they are saying first orbit. Energy of the electron in the first orbit is nothing but minus 13.6 electron volt. So I told you one statement. Energy will be negative of kinetic energy. It will be half of potential energy. So always remember, kinetic energy will be positive. Kinetic energy will be positive. Energy and total energy will be negative. So energy and total energy negative. Kinetic energy is positive only in two options. That is nothing but option 2 and option 4. I told you energy and kinetic energy will have same values. That is happening in option 2 and option 4 again. But your potential energy is twice the total energy. Potential energy is twice the total energy. Total energy is here 2 times minus 13.6. 2 times minus 13.6 will be nothing but minus 27.2 electron volt. That is nothing but option 2. Coming to Bohr's second postulate. What is Bohr's second postulate is nothing but L is equal to NH dividing by 2 pi. So Bohr's second postulate speaks about angular momentum. So your third answer will be correct. Going to question number 51. Transition takes place from first excited state to ground state. First excited state to ground state. In the ground state, energy is minus 13.6. First excited state, the energy will be equal to minus 3.4 electron volt. See, if you notice, kinetic energy will be plus 13.6 electron volt in the ground state. In the first excited state, it will be plus 3.4 electron volt. So it is going from first state to the second ground state. Sorry, first state to the ground state. So this is the first state to the ground state. Kinetic energy is increasing. How many options have kinetic energy increasing? Is first option. In the second option, it is given as decreasing. Third option is also decreasing. Fourth option again increasing. But if you look at the total energy, your total energy is decreasing. It is going from minus 3.4 to minus 13.6. Total energy is decreasing is there in option 1. So your option 1 will be correct. So coming to the next one here, N-type and P-type semiconductor can be obtained by respectively by doping pure silicon. What is N-type? N-type is doping with pentavalent impurity. P should be trivalent impurity. So this is trivalent. This is nothing but pentavalent. So arsenic. What are arsenic and phosphorus? Both are pentavalent. Arsenic and phosphorus both are pentavalent. So this cannot be option. Indium and aluminium both are trivalent impurities. So this cannot be the option. Even aluminium and boron both are trivalent impurities. This cannot be the option. Phosphorus is pentavalent. Phosphorus is pentavalent. So if you dope with pentavalent, you will get N type of a semiconductor. Indium is a trivalent. So if you dope with the trivalent impurity, you will get P-type semiconductor. So they want N-type and P-type semiconductor. This happens in option 3. Going to the next one here, I also gave you a question like this in the crash course. Which among them is a reverse bias? See, mark this as N, mark this as P, N, P, N, P, N, P. So if N side is connected to negative terminal, see where N side is connected to negative terminal. So N side is connected to negative terminal and P side should be connected to positive terminal. That should be your option 2. Going to question number 54. In question number 54, you have pure germanium. Same like the previous question here. Remember type of impurities, you will get your answer. X is doped by arsenic. So what is arsenic and what is indium? Arsenic is a pentavalent impurity. Arsenic is a pentavalent impurity. So X should be equal to N-type semiconductor. X should be equal to N-type semiconductor. Indium is nothing but trivalent impurity. So Y should be nothing but P-type semiconductor. So if you notice, this is N-type, this is nothing but P-type. N-type is connected to positive terminal, P-type is connected to negative terminal. This should be reverse bias. So just see, X is N-type, so this is X is N-type. Y is nothing but P-type. N is connected to positive, P is connected to negative, so it should be reverse bias. So option 4 is correct. Look at next question here. So they have given equilateral prism. For an equilateral prism, angle will be equal to 60 degree. You are supposed to find a refractive index. See if you can notice here, angle of incidence, angle of deviation. Angle of deviation is nothing but 60 degree. So equilateral prism, I told you angle is nothing but 60. For a prism, refractive index is nothing but sine of A plus D by 2 dividing by sine A by 2. Equilateral prism, 60, deviation is also 60 dividing by 2, which is nothing but sine 60 by 2. So in the numerator, you will have sine 60. In the denominator, you will have sine 30. Sine 60 is nothing but root 3 by 2. Sine 60 is root 3 by 2. Sine 30 is nothing but 1 by 2. Cancel 2 and 2. Your refractive index will be equal to root 3. Look at the options. Root 3 is present in option 3. Question number 56. In question number 56, remember one rule. Voltmeter should always be in parallel. Voltmeter should always be in parallel. See, if you notice here, ammeter is in parallel, ammeter is in parallel. Remove these two options. So now, next, voltmeter, positive terminal should be connected to plus, negative terminal should be connected to minus. So if you notice here, the positive terminal is connected to plus and negative terminal is connected to minus. So this is the correct circuit. Here positive is connected to minus and negative is connected to plus. So this is a wrong option. Coming to the next question here. They have asked to match the following. Torque will have a dimension of energy. Energy is nothing but ml square t to the power minus 2. So this should go to 4. All three options, first three options are going to the 4 here. Gravitational constant should have dimensions of LQ. So that should go to 3. The only option that is going to 3 is nothing but option 2. Capacitance will have A in that because it will be charge and all. So that should be going to 1. Planck's constant is nothing but energy dividing by time. So this should be nothing but going to second one. So the only option that matches is nothing but 2. Going to the next question after this. Going to the next question after this. A car covers first half of the distance with 40 km per hour, another half with 50 km per hour average speed. So it is an equal distance. So remember 2 times V1 into V2 dividing by V1 plus V2. 2 times 40 into 50 dividing by 40 plus 50, that will be nothing but 90. You can cancel 1 0 here, 1 0 here, multiply. In the numerator it will be 400, in the denominator it will be 9. So you can write this as 360 dividing by 9 plus 40 dividing by 9. 360 by 9 is nothing but 40. 40 dividing by 9 is nothing but 4.4. So your answer will be 44.4. Coming to the next question here, question number 59. Two bodies are projected with same velocity, underline same velocity, but they have different angles, 30 and 45, ratio of maximum height. So maximum height is given by h max is equal to u square sine square theta dividing by 2g. So just remember h max is directly proportional to u square. So that will be, sorry, it should be directly proportional to sine square theta. So h max dividing by h max. So write the denominator as h dash. So that will be sine square of 30 dividing by sine square of 45. So I guess it is 45. Yes. Sine square of 30 is nothing but 1 by 2. Square the value, it will be 1 by 4. Sine square 45 is 1 by root 2. If you square, it will be 1 by 2. So this will be equal to 1:2. Look at the options with 1:2, which is nothing but option 2. Going to the last question here. Last question is very simple. If you can notice the velocity of the particle, they have given velocity, magnitude of acceleration. You are supposed to find magnitude of acceleration when the velocity is equal to 0. See, velocity is 0. What will be the acceleration of the particle? Acceleration will also be equal to 0. If you want to do it in the normal method, E is equal to dv dividing by dx. Differentiate 2x minus 5. Okay, so take velocity as v into dv dividing by dx again. So put velocity as 0, your acceleration is equal to 0. So that is nothing but option 3. Hope most of you have got your answers correct in the exam. So hoping most of the students will score anything above 40. It will be a good marks, guys. Okay. So thank you, Anand. So you'll be having a chemistry section. 45 is 1 by root 2. This current will be 1 by 2. So this will be 1. Look at the options. 1:2, which is nothing but option 1.
Hi, good evening, all of you. I'm Shantan. First of all, congratulations to all the students because chemistry paper was comparatively easy, I would say. And it's a very balanced paper because there are around 20 questions from first PU syllabus, which is around 35%. And remaining 40 questions are from second PU. So, and from organic, there are around 23 questions, and physical chemistry part, 23 questions. from organic. Give me 1 second. Organic, we have around 23 questions. And from physical, we have around 23 questions. And remaining, if you take inorganic as well as practical chemistry, we have around 14 questions like that. So it's a very balanced paper, I would say. And most of the questions are very easy, actually. Those of you who spend time with the NCERT textbook would have found very easy questions. Now, let us start with the question number 1. They're asking about heteropolar reactions. Heteropolar reactions means which involve heterolytic cleavage. For example, if I take a bond between two atoms, let's say A and B, heterolytic fission that results in unsymmetrical breaking of covalent bonds. So that will definitely result in formation of cation and anion. So based on that, we can say fourth option should be the answer here, first one. If any of you have any confusion with my explanation, immediately let me know in the comment section. I will be there to answer your questions. Now let's go for the other one. That is second question. Nitrogen and pyridine cannot be estimated by Geldahl's method. And they're saying pyridine changes to ammonium sulfate on treatment with sulfuric acid in Geldahl's method. Nitrogen estimation, quantitative estimation, can be done by two methods. One is Geldahl's, another is Dumas method. But with the Geldahl's method, there are a few drawbacks. Like when the nitrogen is part of a ring structure, that's what happens with the pyridine. The pyridine structure is almost similar to benzene, but one carbon will be replaced by nitrogen. That's all. This is pyridine structure. So whenever nitrogen is like this, part of the ring, cyclic closed ring, it can't be estimated by Geldahl's method. So the first statement is correct, but the second statement is not correct because the nitrogen in pyridine will not be converted to ammonium sulfate. So we can say that first option should be the correct answer because statement 1 is true, but statement 2 is false. Now, after this, if you go for the next question, very easy question that was asked, this one, C5H12 isomers. Several times you might have answered this question. C5H12, as a formula, it says it's a clearly alkane, saturated compound. It has to be open chain. So we can write 5 carbons in a straight chain like this. This is one possibility. It's a normal pentane. IUPAC name is pentane. Next, we can write one branched methyl group on the second or third carbon. There is second carbon here. Now it becomes isopentane, common name, 2-methyl butane. And third one is further increase the branching because by changing position of methyl, there is no use. We don't get next isomer. So this would be the third isomer. So as you can see, first one is pentane, second one is butane, third one is propane. Clearly, you can see the difference in the root word. So these are chain isomers. So answer should be 3 isomers. That is second option. We are discussing code A1 paper. So next, let's go for fourth question now. It's a direct one. It's a purely memory-based question. C20H42. From the formula, it's clear. It's an alkane only. So it should be third option. We need to know the name of the compound. That's it here. And if you go for fifth question, they are comparing carbon-chlorine bond in methyl. Let's consider carbon-chlorine bond. As you can see, there is no conjugation here. Those lone pairs of electrons on chlorine not in conjugation with any pi bond, no resonance here. But if you take similar bond in chlorobenzene, clearly see that the lone pair of electrons on chlorine in conjugation with the pi electrons of the ring. So definitely resonance takes place here. It's a plus R effective group. Due to that, carbon-chlorine bond develops double bond character in benzene molecule. It will be after resonance, after delocalization of those electrons, it will be something like this. So a single bond is becoming double bond. So obviously bond length decreases and it becomes stronger. They're asking about carbon-chlorine bond in methyl chloride. So single bond is always lengthier compared to double bond, so it should be longer one. And single bond is weaker compared to double bond, so it has to be fourth option. So there is resonance in chlorobenzene, but no resonance in methyl chloride. So there's a reason for this. Next, if you go for sixth question, compound from which chlorobenzene cannot be prepared easily. Aniline means we can think of Sandmeyer's reaction here. And if you take benzene, simple introduction of chloronium ion by electrophilic substitution we can introduce. And if you take fourth option, that is diazonium chloride, that's a Sandmeyer's. So we can first convert aniline into diazonium chloride. From there we can prepare chlorobenzene by Sandmeyer's. But if you want to prepare chlorobenzene from phenol, the only option is you need to do nucleophilic substitution. The hydroxyl group has to be replaced by chloride ion. That is very difficult to carry out because again here resonance will be there, and we learn that aryl oxy bond is very stronger due to resonance. So that nucleophilic substitution demands a lot. So it should be third option here. It's very difficult. We can carry out, but it will be very difficult. So sixth one is third option. Let's go for next one. SN1 reaction, alkyl halide that in hydrolysis produces racemic mixture. Racemic mixture is possible only when you start with chiral reactant. So if you start with a chiral reactant in SN1, the final product will be racemic mixture, which is equal quantities of dextro and levo. And same thing in SN2 will give us inverted product, Walden inversion we call this. So the starting material has to be optically active, chiral. So out of the given options, it has to be second option because 2-bromobutane has asymmetric carbon atom. The second carbon, the one with the bromine, is connected to 4 different groups. So it's a chiral carbon and the molecule is optically active. Hence, it will give racemic mixture at the end of SN1 mechanism. But the remaining options, if you take, they are not optically active. So we don't talk about stereochemistry of the product in that case. Let's go for 8th question now. It's a purely memory based. You have to remember which compound is used for which disease and which related to which disease like that. The best way to answer this question is if you know that the famous example chloroquine is used in treatment of malaria. There is only one option like that, C with the 1, as you can see. And if you take chloroform, you know that it's an anesthetic, so D should be 2. And if you take thyroxine, it's related to goiter. And chloramphenicol is used in the treatment of typhoid fever. So it has to be second option. I'm sure all of you might have answered it within no time because all these points are mentioned in haloalkanes, haloarenes introduction. They gave the different applications of halogen derivatives of alkanes. Let's go for 9th question. I'm sure for most of you this would be the favorite question because repeatedly asked one, and in our material also we answered this question several times in the last 1 year. There are 2 best reagents to convert alcohols into aldehydes. Whenever we don't want over-oxidation, that is, when you don't want aldehydes and ketones to convert into carboxylic, the best reagent is PCC. The another option we have is chromic oxide in anhydrous medium. These are the 2 best reagents, but PCC is the choice number 1 always. So 9th one should be 4th option. Let's go for next. Glycerol, trihydric alcohol. It's alcohol with 3 OH groups. This is the structure of glycerol. So as you can clearly see, the terminal carbons are primary carbon, the middle carbon is secondary. So there are 2 primary carbons here. This is primary carbon. This is also primary carbon, but this is secondary carbon. So there are 2 primary alcohols and 1 secondary alcohol. So it should be second option, 10th one. It's a very easy one. Next, 13th one. When we study Williamson ether synthesis, we come across, there is a question, in-text question in the textbook, but in that we find here methyl group here. Instead of that, they gave ethyl here. So IUPAC name, we should be looking for longest continuous carbon chain. So that would be this one, the one with the 3 carbons here. Root word should be propane. With the propane, you have only one option, or else On the second carbon, you have two substituents here. One is ethoxy group, another is methyl group. So answer has to be third option. The moment you see the longest continuous carbon chain having only 3 carbons, with the probe rootward, there is only one option. So within 5 seconds, you can answer this question. Remaining time you can use for some other numerical like that. Let's go for next question. C3H6. C3H6 is a propene because it's an alkene. Clearly you can see that. And what are the reagent set is given here? There is nothing but hydroboration oxidation. Propene on hydroboration oxidation will give propanol, primary alcohol. So the P should be primary alcohol. There are two options like that, second one and third one. And observe this second step, reagent, CrO3 anhydrous medium. While discussing another question I told you, this is the second choice we have when you want to convert alcohols into carbonyl compounds. Primary alcohols will give aldehydes, secondary alcohols will give ketones. Further oxidation don't take place with PCC and CrO3 anhydrous medium. So the molecule Q has to be aldehyde here. If you take third option, the molecule Q is given as a carboxylic acid. This cannot be the product here because CrO3 cannot oxidize carbonyl compounds into carboxylic. So it has to be second option. The molecule P is primary alcohol, N-propyl alcohol, or you can call it propanol, and molecule Q is propanaldehyde, aldehyde with 3 carbons. And you can see the next step they're using Grignard reagent followed by hydrolysis. In the preparation of alcohols, we learn this. If you start with Grignard reagent and formaldehyde, you end up with the primary. Any other aldehyde you take, you get secondary alcohol. From propanol, we are getting 3 carbons here, and 1 carbon is coming from Grignard reagent. So secondary alcohol with 4 carbons. So this should be the answer here. That is 2-butanol, which is optically active. So second option should be correct. This 12th one. Next, if I go for 13th, it's a set of reactions about aldehydes and ketones. They're asking about carbonyl compounds. That means aldehydes and ketones. So hydroxylamine, if you take aldehyde, for example, and treat it with the hydroxylamine, we have learned this. We just have to remove water molecule to get the final product. Just remove this water molecule. So that will be giving oxime linkage over here. So with NH2OH, it will be oxime. And if you take, you remember you learned a mechanism, nucleophilic addition of HCN, so that you will get cyanohydrin. So D should be 1 and A should be 2. So how many options you have like that? D should be 1 means only one option is there. That has to be first option. So we'll go for the next question. Fourteenth question, as you can see, benzaldehyde, and they're treating with the acetophenone. So if you take benzaldehyde, it's aldehyde without alpha hydrogen, acetophenone. As you can see, acetophenone, there are 3 alpha hydrogens. It's an aldol reaction, you can see it. It's a basic medium and followed by heating, they are saying. So first step, after treating with the base, it will form aldol, beta hydroxyaldehyde, and they said heating also. So there should be loss of water molecule. As we learned the trick, just remove water molecule from this part. Remove H2O from here, and if you write the double bond over there, that would give us the answer directly within seconds. No need to write entire aldol reaction here. Since they said heating, we can directly remove the water molecule here. So as you can clearly see, it has to be fourth option. This question seems to be very difficult, but all you need to observe is this acetophenone. The misleading part is here benzaldehyde, which does not have alpha hydrogens. We may think it's a Canizaro, but another reactant, acetophenone, has 3 alpha hydrogens here. This is alpha carbon. There are 3 alpha hydrogens. So by removal of water molecule, it will directly give us alpha beta unsaturated carbonyl compound, which is a final product in aldol reaction. So fourth option is the correct answer. 14th one. Actually, it's a question from NCERT textbook. Next, 15th one. Carboxylic acids are more acidic than phenols. The logic is strength of acid is always directly proportional to stability of conjugate base. So if you take the conjugate bases of carboxylic acids and phenols, and you need to compare their stabilities. Whichever conjugate base is more stable, the corresponding molecule will be more acidic. Okay. Carboxylate ion is stabilized due to resonance. At the same time, even phenoxide ion is also stabilized due to resonance. But these are different types of resonance. In carboxylate, it's called isovalent resonance structures, or equivalent, or identical. These are the words they used in the textbook. Equivalent or identical, you will find it. But when it comes to phenoxide, the charge is getting dispersed throughout the ring. So we call it charge dispersion or else charge delocalization. You need to know that isovalent resonance structures are always more stable compared to charge dispersion. Due to this, carboxylic acids have to be more acidic than phenols. So fourth option is the answer. It's a very important concept. Types of resonance structures, isovalent, charge dispersion, and we come across charge separation also there. Next, let's go for 16th question now. The compound that does not give iodoform test. Iodoform is a famous name, but in general we study it as a haloform reaction in the textbook. Aldehydes, ketones having CH3CO group. So if this group is there in aldehydes or ketones, or there are few alcohols also which are capable of giving this reaction, but they need to have this group in alcohols. CH3, CHOH group should be there. If an alcohol has this group, that will also give iodoform. So ethanol, you take 2-carbon aldehyde, it has CH3CO group. Even acetone has that group. In acetone means it's a propanol. IUPAC name is propanol. And acetophenone, that there is in the name itself, acid group is there. So all these three molecules are capable of giving iodoform. Ethanoic acid, carboxylic, does not give iodoform test. Amides, carboxylate, they don't respond to iodoform. They're already highly oxidized products. So it has to be third option, 16th one. Let's move on to the next question now. Nitration of aniline in strongly acidic medium. Generally, NH2 is a plus R effective group, so we expect ortho and para products. But very good amount of meta product is also obtained in this reaction. This is possible because the aniline group, the NH2 group in aniline gets protonated to form NH3 plus group, that is called anilinium ion. The aniline molecule is converted into anilinium ion in strongly acidic medium. Nitration means we take two strong acids, that is nitric acid plus sulfuric acid. So formation of anilinium ion is responsible for the formation of meta product. So it has to be second option. It's a direct question from NCERT. Let's go for next question, that is 18th. Basic strength of alkyl amines in aqueous phase is not decided by. See, if you consider basic strength of amines in vapor phase, only inductive effect will decide that. But if you take in aqueous phase, basic strength of amines in aqueous phase, there are three factors: inductive, solvation, as well as steric hindrance. Hyperconjugation has no role to play in deciding the basic strength of amines. So that should be our answer for 18th question. Next, 19th, if you go, the molecule A has to be nitrobenzene. It's a nitration reaction first step. Iron HCl combination is the best reagent to do reduction. These are very first preparations of amines method we study in the textbook. And next it is subjected to diazotization. So the compound C should be diazonium chloride. As you can see, 0 degrees Celsius at 273 Kelvin. Ethanol, here it plays the role of a reducing agent. It reduces diazonium chloride into benzene, or else we can use here hypophosphorus acid also along with water. We have two options. When ethanol is playing the role of reducing agent, it should be undergoing oxidation, so it gives acetaldehyde. That's what the missing product D. The product D has to be acetaldehyde. So 19th one should be third option. In the chemical properties of diazonium, we find this. Next question. Staggered conformation of ethane is more stable. Yes, the statement is correct. Staggered means the dihedral angle or torsional angle will be 60 degrees. The CH groups on the front carbon and the rear carbon are at 60 degrees. So there's a maximum distance they can be present. Staggered would be something like this. There is an angle of 60 degrees here. But in eclipsed, they are present in the same plane, or else I would say spatially they are closer, which leads to too much repulsions. That's why eclipsed form is less stable. So first statement is true, but look at the second statement. They are saying torsional strain is in staggered conformation is more, which is not correct, because it is more in the eclipsed. Because they are closer, too much strain will be there in the molecule. So first statement is true, but second statement is wrong. So it has to be third option here. And if you observe question number 21, you can observe that whether you take the compound from the nature or else from the laboratory, if you prepare it, the amount of copper, carbon, oxygen is same. The percentages, mass percent is same, which is nothing but law of definite proportions. So third option is the answer. In the some basic concepts of chemistry, we see this laws of chemical combination, and it is also from the same topic. 2 moles of ethene. Ethene molecular formula is C2H4. Its molecular mass is 28. 2 moles they said, so it will be 56 grams. So A should be 2 here. 1 gram of H2 is nothing but half mole. Half mole of gas occupies 11.2 liters at STP. So C should be 1. And A should be 2. So the answer has to be first option. And if you take molar mass equal to 66 grams, carbon dioxide molar mass is 44. If you take 1 mole is 44, so 1.5 moles will be 44 plus 22, it is 66 grams. And 2 moles of water vapors. 1 mole will be Avogadro number, 2 moles means Avogadro number into 2. So D should be 3. And B should be 4. So it has to be first option, 22nd. It's based on the mole concept. This question clearly tells us, once again, it is very, very important to memorize the periodic table if you're serious about entrance exam. And if you can remember just gallium, 13th group elements, boron, aluminum, gallium, indium, thallium. So B should be 1. At least, even if you learn that 13th group, B should be 1. There is only one option like that. So answer has to be first option. And if you take radium, radium is a alkaline earth metal. It belongs to second group. Beryllium, magnesium, calcium, strontium, barium, radium. So this A should be 4 here. And tungsten, chromium, molybdenum, tungsten belong to 6th group in the periodic table. So C should be 2. And this D should be 3. Because nickel, palladium, platinum belong to 10th group. So first option is correct answer. Let's go for next question now. Type of hybrid orbitals. Those of you who attended my classes in crash course, you might have remember we have put 3-4 stars to this question. I was telling you this question will be asked in almost every summer. If I take ammonium ion, to find out hybrid state, nitrogen 15th group, 5 valence electrons. But there is a +1 charge here. So instead of 5, we take only 4. And each hydrogen demands 1 valence electron of nitrogen. So nitrogen has to form 4 sigma bonds here. And there are no lone pairs to be accommodated. Therefore, nitrogen requires 4 hybrid orbitals. So 4 atomic orbitals undergo hybridization. So it should be sp3. Ammonium should be sp3. We have 2 options like that. And if I take nitronium ion, NO2 plus. Again, nitrogen, we should consider only 4 valence electrons because +1 charge is there. Generally, assumption is oxygen forms double bond every time. In a double bond, only 1 is sigma. So nitrogen has to form 2 sigma bonds here. And there are no lone pairs to be accommodated. It requires 2 hybrid orbitals. So hybrid state should be sp. Nitronium should be Sp, ammonium should be Sp3. So there is only one option like that. That should be second option. Let's go for next question now. That is question number 25. Most of you might have given up by looking at this so lengthy question here. But if you know that boron trifluoride is a trigonal planar geometry, it has trigonal planar geometry. Sp2 hybridized state for boron and 120 is the bond angle. So fluorine being more electronegative, polarity will be towards fluorine, and we know dipole moment is a vector quantity. So overall dipole moment in this case will be 0. So boron trifluoride is a nonpolar molecule, even though it has polar bonds due to symmetrical structure. So A is not correct. That's what they're asking. Does not agree. So dipole moment wise, exactly reverse sequence is correct in option in the sequence A given. Ammonia should have highest, next NF3, next should be BF3. We answered it in the crash course also. And if you take second one, mercury chloride is almost linear geometry. So bond angle will be too high. It's around 180 degrees like that. Ammonium is a tetrahedral, so Sp3, so 109.5. SF6 octahedral, 90 degrees. The second sequence is correct. In the third case, as you can see, as electronegativity increases, fluorine is a highly electronegative, so it can form stronger hydrogen bonding. That is correct. In the fourth sequence, as the size of the halogen increases, bond length also increases. So the given sequence is correct. So answer should be second option. Only sequence A given does not agree with the property mentioned against it. Remaining are correct actually. Second option is correct. If you go for 26th, let's consider the structure of carbonate ion. Trigonal planar, it is something like this, CO3 minus 2. They're saying all CO bonds are equivalent. That is true because resonance takes place here. Due to resonance, all the three bonds become equivalent. And they're saying three resonance structures possible. That is also true. And the third statement, position of carbon and oxygen should change in every resonance structure. No, that is not allowed because we learned that in resonance structures, position of atoms does not change, remains same. And the fourth statement says formal charge on carbon is -2. That is also incorrect. As you know, the formal charge formula, number of valence electrons of carbon, that is 4 minus non-bonding electrons. There are no non-bonding electrons minus 1/2 into number of bonding electrons. As you can see in this resonance structure, carbon is forming 4 bonds. 4 bonds means 8 bonding electrons. So that is 4 minus 4. Formal charge should be 0, but they are saying -2 here. So that is also not correct. So first two statements are correct, but last two are not correct. So second option should be the answer. Next, let's go for 27th question. Hydrogen peroxide. Whenever they say peroxide, this oxygen needs to have -1 oxidation state. And rubidium superoxide is given. In superoxide, oxygen will have -of. You may ask me, how do we get -of? Rubidium is an alkali metal. Rubidium will have +1. So two oxygens together should have -1. It is like this. So on each oxygen, it will be -half. It's a superoxide. So the statement 1 is correct. In the statement 2, stock notation they are saying. Stock notation means we mention the oxidation number of metal immediately after its name or else after its formula in the parenthesis. So auric chloride, Au +3 is fine. But if you take the second compound, manganese is present in +4 state here, but they mentioned 2 here. So that cannot be correct. So statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So third option should be the answer. Next, 28, if you go for, we come across this equation redox reaction in D&F block, the oxidizing properties of permanganate, or else the practicals also in the redox titrations, you might have came across this. If you take the balanced equation, that's how it will be. And that oxalato gets oxidized to carbon dioxide. So this should be the balanced equation. And they are asking us the coefficient of oxalato, A, they're asking, as well as they're asking X, which is the coefficient of manganese on the product side. These are the two values they're asking respectively, they said. So it has to be first option. You need to know this balanced equation, or else in the exam also you can balance it. It won't take more than 20-30 seconds. So next, 29th. There is some issue with this question, I would say. because they're asking which is not an oxidizing agent. They're asking. Actually, strictly saying, there is no answer for this question, I would say, because chromium, molybdenum belong to sixth group, and molybdenum is there in the +6 state here, and the chromium is also there in the +6 state. And dichromate, chromate, or chromic oxide, CrO3, you take +6. They are present in their highest oxidation state. So they have a tendency to undergo reduction. Something is undergoing reduction means it will definitely be oxidizing agent. So for the given question, there is no answer here for sure. But if you are comparing oxidizing powers here, then you can say second option could be the answer. Why? Because MoO3, molybdenum trioxide, is a mild oxidizing agent. It's not a strong oxidizing agent. But if you take remaining three options, 1, 3, 4, they're strong oxidizing agents. On that criteria, you can say second option is the answer. But which is not at all oxidizing agent means there is no answer for this question. So let's wait and see what would they say in the official key for this. Let's go for question number 30. This question is directly from the textbook. And the D&F block, when we study about oxo metals and oxo anions of these metals, there's a clear statement. The supremacy of oxygen over fluorine is due to its ability to form double bond with the metal atoms. So manganese can form double bonds, but fluorine cannot form double bond, forms single bond. So that's why even though fluorine is highly electronegative, it's unable to make that manganese exhibit its highest oxidation state. So it's purely about ability of oxygen to form double bonds here. So fourth option has to be the answer for the question number 30. Next, question number 31. Very, very easy question. Chromium +2 they're asking. So configuration has to be argon 4s0 3d4. 3d4 means there are 4 unpaired electrons. As you know the formula, square root of n into n plus 2. Using this, you will get square root of 4 into 4 plus 2 means it will be square root of 24, which should be slightly less than 5. So second option should be the answer. It's a very easy one actually. And question number 32, if you consider, they're asking most stable complex. Except aqua in the fourth option, remaining 3 ligands are strong field ligands. So they can result in comparatively stable molecules. But here, effect of chelation matters a lot. As you can see, this oxalato is a bidentate ligand. It will form chelate rings around the central metal atom. So due to the formation of chelate rings, the stability of complex increases multi-times. So based on that, we can say third option should be the answer here. So reason is effect of chelation. I know in the first option, carbonyl is there that will form double bonds and stable complex, but effect of chelation contributes too much towards the stability of the complex. So we can say third option should be the answer for this. Going for next question. So very, very easy one because they're simply asking how many ions it produces. They're not asking hybrid state or anything, just number of ions. As we know, as per the definition of coordination compound, the ligands will not get dissociated from the central atom. So the coordination pair will be developing +2 charge, and 2 counter ions, 2 chloride ions will be getting separated from there. So 1 + 2, total number of ions produced is 3. So third option should be the answer. Question number 33. Going for the next question. It's about again carbonyl ligands. As we know, synergic effect, synergic bonding, carbonyl ligand. As per the definition of ligand, first it should donate electron pair to the central metal atom. So that is the sigma bond. But they have ability to form double bond with the central metal atom by accepting one electron pair. So that should be pi bond. That's what is exactly given in the statement 1 and 2. Statement 1, sigma bond is formed due to the donation of electron pairs by the ligand to the vacant d orbital of metal. Whereas pi bond is formed due to the donation from metal to the ligand, but into the anti-bonding pi star orbital. So both the statements are correct here. So it should be first option. Next, question number 35. If you know that whenever coordination number is 6, the geometry has to be octahedral. Hybrid state could be sp3d2, d2sp3, doesn't matter. Geometry has to be octahedral. So A should be 2. Next, and whenever coordination number is 5, it has to be trigonal planar bipyramidal. So A should be 2 and D should be 1. We have only one option like that. So that should be first option. The remaining 2 compounds, if you take coordination number is 4, in which chloride is a weak field, so it should be tetrahedral, and cyanide is a strong field, so it has to be square planar. Therefore, answer should be first option. Next, it's a purely memory-based question. Vitamins, we learned the table, the source, and the disease we get due to the deficiency of respective vitamins they gave in the table. If you can remember, B12 causes pernicious anemia, which is characterized by RBC deficiency in the hemoglobins. D should be 2. We have only one option like that. D should be 2. So that should be the answer, second option, 36th one. These are the questions where you can save a lot of time. Within 5 seconds, you can answer that. 37, again, straight question from NCERT. All monosaccharides are reducing sugars. We learn one statement in biomolecules. It doesn't matter whether they have aldehydes or ketones. All the monosaccharides are reducing, including fructose. Even though it has ketone functional group, it will reduce tolerance and failures. So statement 1 is true. But the statement 2, they're saying that sucrose can reduce ammonical silver nitrate. Ammonical silver nitrate is nothing but tolerance test. So second statement is not correct. So first one is right, second one is incorrect. So third option should be the answer. That is 7th one. Let's go for next question without wasting much time. Alpha amino acids. We know glycine does not exhibit enantiomerism because it's optically inactive. And methionine is essential amino acid. Yes, that is also correct. Zwitterion is amphoteric behavior. That is also correct. This is wrong here because it does not have 3 amide linkages. Glycine, alanine, glutamine, 3 amino acids are there. So they're connected by 2 peptide bonds. Actually, it's a tripeptide, means contains 3 amino acids. It should have only 2 amide linkages, not 3. So we can say third option is the incorrect statement. 38, third option is correct. Next, 39. Phenols. Actually, all the enols will give neutral FeCl3 test. So D should be 1. And if you take aldehydes, aldehydes give tolerance and failings, we know that. And C should be 4. C should be 4, D should be 1. We have 2 options like that. Let us consider A. Alcohols means ceric ammonium nitrate test. Aniline, azodite test. It will undergo diazotization, then it will form colored compounds. So B should be 2. So answer has to be second option without any doubt. Let's go for question number 40. It's based on practicals. They are saying brown gas liberated. So from that we can suspect it's a bromine. And they say that it will give pale yellow product. The pale yellow precipitate with AgNO3 has to be silver bromide. If they say white color precipitate, silver chloride, and dark yellow, they say silver iodide. So it has to be bromide. Fourth option is the answer. Next, it's a direct question, de Broglie's equation. There is no necessity to solve anything. It's a direct question. Lambda is equals to h by mv, which explains the wave nature of particles. So 41 should be second option. Next, 42. Again, it's from structure of atom. Psi stands for wave function or atomic orbital. Whenever electrons are moving, they create waves. That's what atomic orbitals means. And psi square stands for probability density. It will tell us at a particular point is the probability of finding the electron is maximum or minimum. When the psi square value is more than 90.95%, we say there is a probability of finding the electron. So it clearly tells us about probability density. So 42 should be second option. Next, 43. Entropy of a perfect crystalline solid, absolute zero approaches 0. Yes, it is correct. It's nothing but third law of thermodynamics. It is. And spontaneity of a reaction. We know delta G has to be negative for a spontaneous process. In this formula, if the second term is greater in quantity compared to first term, the final value will always be negative. That means it's spontaneous. So both the statements are correct actually. So it should be first option is the answer. 44. Internal energy changes. Internal energy changes in all the processes. Second statement, internal energy and entropy are state functions. Work is a state function. Work done in adiabatic process always 0. So if you observe carefully, only second option is correct. Internal energy may not change sometimes when the internal energy is a function of temperature. In isothermal process, internal energy does not change. Work is a path function. Work and heat exchange are path functions. And work done in an adiabatic process is always zero. No, this is wrong. Adiabatic means Q value should be zero. In that, change in internal energy is nothing but work done. It cannot be zero. So 44 should be second option. Next, 45. The starting point is A and the final point is B. The final state is B. They're following two ways here. ACB one way, another is ADB. Using the formula we know, delta U is equals to Q plus W. And observe clearly in the question it's mentioned that heat flows into the system. That means Q is positive and work is done by the system. So work done is negative. Observe carefully. Heat is absorbed. So Q is positive, work done is negative. So from the ACB, from the root path ACB, I would say, I would calculate what is the delta U, change in internal energy. Q value has to be positive, as I said, plus 60. Work is done by the system, so it should be negative. So delta U value is 30. And we know that internal energy is state function. As long as initial and final states are same, internal energy should be same. So I can use same internal energy value for the other path, ADB also. So here I can say 30 is equals to Q plus W. But they said again work is done by the system, so it should be minus 10 here. That means Q value should be equal to 40, 30 plus 10. So it has to be fourth option. Very tricky question. At the same time, it seems to be very difficult actually. But if you know one point that internal energy is a state function, you can easily answer this. So 45 has to be fourth option. Let's go for 46. As we know the relation between Kp and Kc, RT power delta N. And how do we get delta N value? Number of moles of gaseous products minus number of moles of gaseous reactants. 2 moles on the product side, on the reactant side, 4 moles. So delta N value is minus 2. And they said atmosphere. When it is atmosphere, R value should be 0.0821 liter atmosphere per mole per Kelvin. So if you substitute the values, Kc will be equal to Kp value, that is given 1.44 into 10 power minus 5 by RT power delta N. R value is 0.0821 and temperature is 500, but converting to Kelvin scale, it becomes 773. So into 773 whole power delta N value, that is minus 2. So it has to be fourth option. So 46 is fourth option. Let's go for the next question, 47. You can clearly observe here there is a change in number of moles. On the reactant side, total 4 moles are there. Product side, only 1 mole is there. That means delta N value is not equal to 0. So pressure will definitely have effect on equilibrium for sure. To be precise, if we increase the pressure, it leads to the direction which leads to less number of moles. So forward reaction is favored. And clearly mentioned it is exothermic. So temperature will also have effect on the equilibrium. So it should be third option, 47th. Both temperature and pressure will have effect on the equilibrium. Next, 48. There is some issue with this question because they're mixing weak base and its salt. Pyridinium chloride is a salt of weak base. So this combination is going to give us basic buffer. So we have to use Henderson's equation. Combination of weak base and its salt of strong acid will give basic buffer. So it should be, this should be the formula for this question. So to answer this question, we need pKb value. They haven't mentioned what's the Kb value of weak base, that is pyridine. Hence, there is no enough information. We cannot answer this question. Actually, from the literature, you know that Kb value is 1.5 into 10 power minus 9. And if you simplify pKb value, it would be 9 minus log 1.5. It will be around 8.82, something like that. If you substitute those values, then pH comes out to be, pOH comes out to be around 9 we get pOH. Then pH value is 14 minus pOH. So it should be 5. You will be able to do that only if Kb is given, but in this question, Kb value is not mentioned. So there is no way we can answer this question. Okay. If knowing the Kb value, you can say first option is the answer. Let's go for 49th question. Which is correct statement they're asking. And the first option cannot be the correct statement because NaCl Van't Hoff factor value is more. We know colligative properties depends on number of particles. So whether you take osmotic pressure or else elevation of boiling point, that is third sequence they mentioned, both are directly proportional to Van't Hoff factor. So both cannot be correct. In the second option, if you see parts per million is more than molarity, they are saying. That's not correct. Parts per million means 2 out of 10 power 6. That is very, very less value compared to molarity. So answer has to be fourth option, because we know that pure solvent will always have greater vapor pressure compared to solution obtained by dissolving non-volatile solute. That they are dissolving salt, right, which is a non-volatile solute. So obviously vapor pressure decreases. So fourth option is correct statement given there. Let's go for next question. It's a direct question. If it's a purely memory based, you need to know what is Henry's law, Raoult's law, mathematical expressions they're asking. Henry's law, A should be 2 and Raoult's law should be 1. Thermodynamics, first law, fourth option, and Kohlrausch's law should be third one. So answer has to be third option, A2, B1 and C4 and B3. Let's go for next question, 51. Very good question actually it is. We need to find first Van't Hoff factor value. As we know, Van't Hoff factor is experimental or observed colligative property value divided by theoretical calculated colligative property value. Both the values are mentioned here. Let us consider those values. It's clearly given. Observed is 0.0205 and calculated is 0.0197. Can observe numerator is slightly more than denominator. Actually, if you simplify, it comes out to be 1.0406 you will get, which is almost equal to 1.041 we can write. With the 1.041 Van't Hoff factor value, there are only two options, second option or fourth option. And here partial dissociation it is. Degree of dissociation is given by I-1 by N-1. N value is 2 because acetic acid will give only 2 ions, that is acetate plus H plus. So here N value is 2. So denominator will be 1 here. So 1.041 minus 1 by 2 minus 1. That is nothing but 0.041. We have only one option like that. It has to be fourth option. So 51, fourth option, seems to be difficult, but if you know Van't Hoff factor formula here, you can answer it within 40 seconds, I would say. Next, 52. We need to find relative lowering of vapor pressure. We know the formula P1 naught minus P1 by P1 naught is equals to mole fraction of solute. That is nothing by N2 by N1 plus N2. Here urea is the solute, 18 grams of urea, molar mass is 60. So it should be 18 by 60 and they said 100 grams of water. So 100 by 18 here. So this will be 0.3, 18 by 6 means by 0.3 plus it comes out to be 5.55 like that. So it will be 0.3 by 5.85. So answer has to be around 0.05 here. That is third option. Next, 53. It's given that 16 grams of O2 is formed at anode. As we know, 1 Faraday gives always 1 equivalent mass of any gas. Equivalent mass of oxygen is 8 grams. But they said 16 grams. 16 grams should be given by 2 Faraday. So this is what we need to understand from the first statement. And when it comes to hydrogen, equivalent mass is 1 gram. So 1 Faraday should give 1 gram of hydrogen gas. But we just now we came to know it's a 2 Faraday, so it has to be 2 grams of hydrogen. 2 grams of hydrogen means it's a 1 mole. And we know that at STP conditions, 1 mole of any gas occupies 22.4 liters. So it has to be first option. If you know the statement that 1 Faraday always gives 1 gram equivalent, you can easily answer this question. 54, application of cold rush law. We need ammonium and hydroxide. We don't need sodium and chlorine in that. So look for those electrolytes having ammonium and hydroxide. And since we don't want this NaCl, so that should be subtracted. So it has to be second option, 54. Let's go for next question, 55. It's based on electrochemistry. We need to find E0 cell. As you know, E0 cell formula, E0 cathode minus E0 anode. Observe the disproportionation reaction given here. Mn plus 2 is becoming Mn. This is reduction. As we know, reduction always takes place at cathode. So that should be the cathode value. So I would say where Mn plus 2 is becoming Mn, this is cathode, I would say, first reaction. So it's a minus 1.18 minus anode value 1.51. So the final value comes out to be minus 2.69 volts. Whenever E0 cell value is negative, the reaction has to be, redox reaction has to be non-spontaneous. Let me tell you, exactly the same question was asked in 2013, 2013, almost 13 years back. Same question was asked. Those of you who worked on PYQs would have got benefited. There are 3 NEET questions were repeated in this previous NEET questions. And here we need to find cell constant. We know cell constant is product of resistance and conductivity. So if you take the conductivity value given 21 into 10 power minus 3 and the resistance is 60. So if you multiply this, it comes out to be 1.26. So second option has to be answer, 56th one. Let's go for 57. Which one of the following graph is not applicable? They're asking first order. As the time goes on, concentration of the reactant or product do not remain same. In case of reactant, concentration decreases and that of products increases. So first option cannot be the graph for the first order. So that should be the answer. Let's go for 58. By observing this rate constant relation given, as we know, K is equals to A into e power minus EA by RT. So by considering this, I can write A into e power minus E by RT is equals to A into e power minus E1 by RT into A into e power minus E2 by RT by A into e power minus E3 by RT. You apply logarithms, natural logarithm, and A get cancelled. Ultimately, you will be left with minus E is equals to minus E1 minus E2 minus of minus E3. So it would be E is equals to E1 plus E2 minus E3. If you, after taking the negative sign common, I'm saying. So 40 plus 50 minus 60. So it should be 30. Let me tell you, it's a earlier asked in JEE main, long back, maybe decade back it was asked. Same question as it is without change in values also. So answer has to be first option. So it's very important to revise PYQs once last 10 years. Here, if you observe the concentration given there, 0.1 is becoming 0.025. That means what are the time it is taking? That has to be 2 half-lives. First 0.1 becomes 0.05, then it becomes 0.025. So it's a 2 half-lives. 2 half-lives time is given 40 minutes. 2 half-lives is 40 minutes. So half-life value is 20 minutes. Using this, you can find out the concentration. We know rate equation, rate equals to K into concentration of reactant power 1. Substitute the values here. We need to find the rate here. Rate equals to K value. To get K value, you can use a half-life formula. 0.693 by half-life. So if I write that value here, 0.693 by 20, and concentration is given 0.01. I can add like 10 power minus 2. By substituting the values, it comes out to be 3.47 into 10 power minus 4. So it has to be second option. This trick you need to know. The initial concentration is reducing to 25% means it's a 2 half-lives. So 40 minutes is 2 half-lives. So half-life is 20 minutes. Let's go for the last question. If you know the formula, change in enthalpy of reaction is equals to activation energy of forward minus activation energy of backward. In the crash course, we answered 2 questions based on this formula. It's clearly given its exothermic reaction, so minus 135. And the activation energy value is given here, 150. And we need to find for the reverse reaction, that is backward reaction, we need to find Y2X we should find out. So activation energy of for backward reaction would be 150 plus 135. So that should be 285. So answer has to be second option. That's all for the chemistry. As I said, there is one question where there is no enough information, so there is no way that we get the answer there for pyridine question. And one more question, there is no answer over there. But out of the given 4 options, mildest oxidizing agent is MoO3. That should be the answer. Let us wait for the official key to confirm those 2 questions. Thank you, students. Our math teacher will be dealing with the math paper now with you. Thank you.
Hello guys, this is Sharif here. We'll start the math paper discussion. In today's paper, there were 21 questions from first year and 39 questions from second year. Paper was moderate, not easy, not hard. Let us discuss one by one question with the best possible tricks and shortcuts. Hello guys. We'll start the Alright guys, see this question, don't use the options. I'm supposed to find what's the value of fx, right? I'll straight away differentiate this. If I differentiate with respect to x, okay, integral sign will vanish. You get x into fx plus derivative of f is f dash upon 2 is equal to 0. And from this I can write f dash of x upon 2 is equal to minus x into fx. I'm just shifting on the right side. Right? I'll do the grouping. I can write f dash of x divided by fx is equal to minus 2x. Right? Let us integrate. Integration of f dash of x divided by fx dx is equal to minus 2 times integration of x dx. Right? Just a sec, guys. All right. F dash of x by fx will be equal to log fx, okay, is equal to minus 2 times integral of x is x square by 2. 2 and 2 cancels, right? So this is understood with base c. When I have suppose log x to the base a is equal to m, and then I can write x is equal to a per m. Right? So I can write this as fx is equal to e to the power of minus x square. Answer option C. Let us move to the next question. So don't use the options. It's a direct problem. Just differentiate, and then you get the value. See, we all know that we'll use this property that minus a to plus a f of x dx will be equal to 0 minus a to plus a f of x dx is equal to 0 if fx is odd. Right, that is odd function means you will have f of minus x is equal to minus f of x. In this options there's only one function which is odd, because if I take suppose fx is equal to log of 2 plus x upon 2 minus x, f of minus x will be equal to this is log of 2 minus x upon 2 plus x. Right, now f of minus x is equal to, this will be same as minus log of 2 plus x upon 2 minus x, which is same as original function. F of minus x is equal to minus fx. It's an odd function. Answer is 0. Right, answer should be option A. See, in this question, you put x plus 6 is equal to t. Alright, I forgot to tell you guys, this is A2 version A2. Alright, whichever paper you are following, you follow, questions will be same. It's code A2. You put x plus c is equal to t, x plus 6 is equal to t, so you get dx is equal to dt. Alright, whenever you change the variable, limit will change. Let's call this as equation 1. If x is equal to a minus 6, t will be equal to a minus 6 plus 6. You will get t equal to a. And when x is equal to b minus 6, t is equal to b minus 6 plus 6. T is equal to b. T equal to plus b. Right, t equal to plus b. If I use change this, lower limit will be equal to a, upper limit will be equal to b, and this guy is f of t dt, function of t dt. This is same as a to b. Definite is always independent of variable. F of t dt can be written as f of x dx. Right, answer is option C. I can write this as integration of sine to the power of nx upon cos to the power of nx into cos square x. Right, powers are added. Again, you get cos to the power of n plus 2. Okay, sine by cos tan, tan to the power of nx, and 1 by cos is equal to sec square. We put tan x is equal to t, and derivative of tan x will be equal to sec square x dx is equal to dt. T to the power of n, and then this is dt. Integration of t power n is t to the power of n plus 1 upon n plus 1 and plus c. Substitute the value of t. This is tan x to the power of tan x to the power of n plus 1. Okay, upon n plus 1 and plus c. Answer is option D. Let's move to the next question. Say, don't integrate directly, don't use by parts. Okay, e to the power of, I can write n log m. N log m can be written as log m power n. Okay, so this can be written as log x to the power of minus log 2 power minus x. I can write this as e to the power of log 2 power minus x. 2 power minus x, this is 2 power plus x. Okay, and then dx. Okay, so this is 2 to the power of 2 power x dx. I've used the property when you have n log m, this can be written as log m power n. Okay, and further, when you have e to the power of log x, e power log x is same as x. Okay, so this can be written as 2 power minus x into 2 power x dx. Powers are added, you get 2 power 0. 2 power 0 is 1. Integration of dx is x, x plus c. Answer option 3. Question number 6. See, y equal to x square is same as y is equal to x to the power of 3 by 2. Okay, we'll plot a rough sketch. If it is 0, then it is 0. And then if it is 4, you will get 8. So you get a rough sketch like this. He says y equal to 1 to y equal to 8. Y is equal to 1 to y equal to 8. This is what I'm supposed to find out. And this should be a function of y dy, f of y dy. I can write this as x is equal to y to the power of 3 by 2 becomes 2 by 3. Right, now the area will be equal to, this is y is equal to 1. Y equal to 1 to y equal to 8. This is y equal to 1. Right, now area will be equal to, this is a formula, right? Y is equal to a to y equal to b. And then f of y dy. Area is equal to integration of y is equal to 1 to y equal to 2, y equal to 8. Function of y dy is y to the power of 2 by 3 dy. Okay, now capital A is equal to, if I integrate y to the power of 2 by 3 plus 1, right? Upon 2 by 3 plus 1 between the limits 1 to 8. Okay, I'll skip the steps and write. This goes up, you get 3 by 5. This is y to the power of 3 by 5. This is 5 by 3. Whole to the power of 1 between the limits 1 to 8. So this becomes 3 by 5. 8 to the power of 5 by 3 minus 1. Okay, so this is 3 by 8. You get 2 cubed to the power of 5 by 3 minus 1. Alright, this will cancel. 3 by 8. Okay, sorry, this will be equal to 3 by 5, right? So this guy becomes 3 by 5. Okay, so this is 3 by 5. 2 power 5, 32. 32 minus 1 is 31. 93 by 5. That is option B. Let's go to the next question. See, this is very simple. Area enclosed by the curve. If I square this, you will get x square is equal to 3 cos square. And if I square this, y square is equal to 3 sin square. If I add them, I get x square plus y square is equal to 3. Cos square plus sin square is 1. It's a circle, right? This is of the form x square plus y square is equal to r square. Area of a circle is equal to pi r square, which is equal to 3 pi. 3 pi square units. Answer is option D. He's asking sum of the squares on order and degree, right? Whenever if you want to find the degree, it should be free from radicals and fractions, no p by q form. So if I square on both sides, if you square on both sides, this becomes 2y dash plus y double dash the whole square, and this is whole square is equal to y double dash minus 3. Okay, a minus a plus b the whole square, I get a square plus b square. If I square this guy, will be a square, that is 4y dash the whole square. A square plus b square, y double dash power 4 plus 2ab, that is 4y dash into y double dash the whole square is equal to y double dash minus 3. Order is equal to 2, degree is equal to 4. Right? You should take the power of the highest derivative, y double dash power 4, so degree will be 4. Is asking what is the order square plus degree square, sum of the squares of order and degree, which is 4 plus 16, right? Answer will be equal to plus 20. Let's move to the next question, guys. There was a similar question which was asked in 22 paper, 22-23 paper. Number of subsets of A which contains at least 2. At least 2 means minimum 2. Alright, in giraffe material also similar, exactly same problem is there, which we have discussed actually in the crash course. Total number of subsets is 2 power n, right? 6 elements are there, 2 power 6. Okay, but at least 2 means minimum 2. So total minus 0 and 1 I should take. That is out of 6, 6C0 plus 6C1. 6C0 is a null set. 6C1, either it will be A or B or C or D or E or F. 2 power 6 is 64. 6C0 is 1, 66 is 6. So 64 minus 7, which is equal to 57. Answer is option C. Or at least 2, right? You take 6C2, or you take 6C3, or you take 6C4, or you take 6C5, or you take 6C6. Okay, simplify this, you will get 57 only. Rather than you do that, you take total subsets, minus you subtract 0 and 1. Let's remove the null set, remove 1. This was there in 22 paper. Their total number of subsets of A containing only even elements. That was containing only odd elements. Alright, so even elements will be equal to 2, 4, 6, 8 and 10. Total number of subsets is 2 power n, which is 2 power 5. But he says contains only even numbers. Only even numbers means you should exclude null set. If you have written answer 32, then you are wrong. Exclude null set. Will be, so if I exclude this empty set null set, 2 power 5 minus 1, correct answer is 31. I repeat, guys, if you have written 32, answer is wrong. Answer is 31 because it clearly mentioned total number of subsets containing only even numbers. You have to exclude the null set. Okay, domain root f is defined when f is greater than or equal to 0, and moreover f by g is defined when g shouldn't be 0. Okay, so x minus 7 upon 9 minus x is greater than or equal to 0, and 9 minus x shouldn't be 0. That is 9 cannot be equal to x. Okay, a by b positive means make denominator positive. x minus 7, 9 minus x the whole square into 9 minus x should be greater than or equal to 0. Make denominator positive. Now since denominator is positive, numerator has to be positive. X minus 7 into 9 minus x should be greater than or equal to 0. I take minus common. X minus 7 into 9 minus x is greater than or equal to 0. Multiply minus inequality will change. That is x minus 7 into 9 minus x is less than or equal to 0. So this means that x belongs to closed interval 7 common. I'm sorry, I should change, right? I changed, I took minus common. 9 minus x should become x minus 9. This is x minus 9. Here also x minus 9. That's why I changed that 9 minus x. I took minus common. You get minus of x minus 9. Now x belongs to closed interval. Okay, x belongs to closed interval 7, 9. But x cannot be 9, right? X cannot be equal to 9. So that's why domain will be equal to set of all values of x will be equal to closed 7 and open interval 9. Answer is option B. Make denominator positive, guys. This x by 7, 9 by x, make denominator positive. Right? That's why I multiply and divide by 9 minus x, make denominator positive. Since denominator positive, numerator should be positive. There was 22 question. This K-CET 2022 question exactly same they have repeated. Total number of relations is 2 per mn. Correct? This is the formula, right? Set A contains m elements, set B contains n elements. Total number of relations is 2 per mn. Now 2 to the power of mn is equal to 1024. According to the question, this is given. Okay, so m is already given 2. Set A contains 2 elements. I should find out how many elements B will contain. N of B. 2 to the power of 2 into n is equal to 2 to the power of 10. Even this question we have done in crash course. This is there in the material, giraffe material as well. 2n is equal to 10, n equal to 5. So B will contain 5 elements. Okay, the probability of at least one of the events occur is 0.6. At least means union. P of A union B is equal to 0.6. Okay, and A and B occur simultaneously. Simultaneously as in A will occur and B will occur. That is A intersection B is equal to 0.2. I should find out what is P of A bar. Okay, plus P of B bar. P of A bar is 1 minus P of A. And P of B bar is 1 minus P of B. One minus P of B, this will be equal to 2 minus of, take this in a bracket, you will have P of A plus P of B. Alright, now I know P of A union B, right? P of A union B is P of A plus P of B minus P of A intersection B is equal to 0.2. Right, now from this I'll get P of A plus P of B. P of A intersection B is already given 0.2 is equal to right side 0.6. Okay, this guy is 0.6. Alright, I'll do it once again, guys. By mistake, I have erased that. Okay, anyways, it's a matter of 10 seconds. 1 minus P of A, 1 minus P of B. This will be equal to 2 minus of, this is P of A plus P of B. Alright, now at least one of them occurs means P of A union B is equal to how much? 0.6, right? Yeah, A and B occur simultaneously means both A and A should occur, B should occur. Intersection is equal to 0.2. P of A union B formula will be equal to P of A plus P of B minus P of A intersection B is equal to 0.6 now. Now from this P of A plus P of B minus P of A intersection B is 0.2 is equal to 0.6. You shift on the right side, I get P of A plus P of B is equal to 0.8. Okay, now we'll substitute 2 minus 0.8 is equal to 1.2. Alright, answer is option B. It will not take more than 30 seconds, guys, to do the problem. I should find the maximum value. Just find the critical point. He's asking what, then remaining I can substitute. He's asking only the value of x. Just find the critical point. If I take this as fx, f dash of x is equal to derivative of sin x is cos x, cos of x plus pi by 6. Okay, and then this is minus the sin of x plus pi by 6. After finding the first derivative, I'll equate to 0. You get cos of x plus pi by 6 is equal to sin of x plus pi by 6. I'm just skipping some steps, guys. Okay, and from this sin by cos, I can write sin of x plus pi by 6 upon cos of x plus pi by 6. Okay, sin by cos is equal to tan. This is tan of x plus pi by 6 is equal to tan 45. 1 can be written as tan 45, right? Now if I equate x plus pi by 6 is equal to pi by 4, x will be equal to pi by 4 minus pi by 6. Okay, this will be equal to pi by 12. 45 minus 30 should be equal to 12. Pi by 12 is the answer. Answer is option D. Right, so x is equal to, I'll write here, pi upon 12. Okay, the angles of a triangle are in AP. In class 10th, you have done AP was not in syllabus. I have already told that indirect applications will be asked. So don't tell AP was not in syllabus. How can they ask AP? Obviously, indirect applications will be asked. Angles of a triangle will be in AP, so you should take A minus D, A and A plus D. Obviously, this is in AP. Okay, sum of all the angles in a triangle should be 180, right? A minus D plus A plus D will be equal to 180 degree. From this, 3A is equal to 3A is equal to 180, right? 3A is equal to 180 means A will be equal to 60 degree. And double angle, greatest angle is double the least. A plus D is equal to double the least is A minus D. If I simplify this, you get A plus D is equal to 2A minus 2T. Okay, 3T is equal to A. 3T is equal to D is equal to 60, right? So this means that, 3T is equal to 60, D equal to 20. Now if I substitute here, angles of a triangle will be equal to 60 minus 20. This is 60 minus 20. Okay, it's understood this is degree. This is 60 and 60 plus 20. This will be equal to 40, 60 and 80. Alright, sine of the third angle, so obviously it says sine of the third angle. We don't know which is first, which is second, which is third. Sine of the third angle, sine of standard angle, let us take 60. Sine 60 will be equal to root 3 by 2 and it matches with the options as well. Answer is option A. Alright, even statistics exactly same 2019 problem. This was asked in K-CET 2019 paper. And we included this question in the giraffe material as well. And we did in crash course also. This was asked in K-CET 2019 paper. Paper 9 we have included this question in giraffe material, crash course. Mean is equal to 50, right? And standard deviation is equal to 4. Number of observations is equal to 100. Exactly same problem, 2019 K-CET problem. Standard deviation is equal to actually root of variance, which is equal to 4. If I square on both sides, variance is equal to 16. Variance formula is 1 by n summation xi square minus x bar square is equal to 16. This formula is very important for JMN guys as well. Number of observations is 100. This is summation xi square. That's what I should find. I should find sum of the squares of the items. Minus mean is 50, right? So 50 square is 2500. Is equal to 16. Shift on the right side. 1 by 100 summation xi square will be equal to 2516. If I cross multiply summation xi square will be equal to 251600. Okay, answer is option 3. Two 51600. Answer is option D, guys. 251600. The probability of occurrence of A is 1 by 2. So P of A is equal to 1 by 2. and probability of occurrence of B and that of B is equal to 3 by 10. Okay, A and B are mutually exclusive, nothing is common. A intersection B is null set, probability should be 0. Probability of occurrence of neither, that is neither A nor B. A bar intersection B bar. I can write this as P of A union B whole bar. P of A bar is 1 minus P of A. Okay, so this will be equal to 1 minus P of A union B is P of A plus P of B. I'm not writing intersection because that is mutually exclusive. It's understood null set. 1 minus P of A is 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 by 10. Okay, so this will be equal to 1 minus LCM is 10 now. You will get 5 plus 3. Okay, 8 by 10 is 4 by 5. 1 minus 4 by 5 is 1 by 5. Answer is option C. Option D. This is a very simple question. A minus B is equal to A is equal to B minus 2, B more than 6. B more than 6 means this is ruled out. Alright, NCERT exercise question, that is 12th standard relations and functions. Now we'll check the options. A is equal to B minus 2, right? A equal to B minus 2 means, let's say this is A, this is B. This guy is not going to satisfy. Okay, yes, C will satisfy because 6 is equal to 8 minus 2. That's it, guys. It will not take 10 seconds. See, it's a very tricky question. Again, this was asked in 2014 paper. That's why you should solve the PYQs and go to exam. You should take the previous year papers and solve and go. To 2014 question, this is fx is equal to x plus 1 the whole square. X is greater than or equal to 1. He's asking what is g of x whose reflection is the line y equal to x. See, actually the logic is whenever you have line passing through the origin y equal to x, it acts as a mirror. This is exponential function, right? Y is equal to a per x, a is more than 1. This is an exponential function which will cut at 0, 1. Exponential function and logarithmic function. This guy will cut at 1, 0. And this is logarithmic function. Y is equal to log x to the base a. Exponential function and logarithmic function are inverse of each other. This will pass through the origin y equal to x. So same logic. Let us find the inverse. Y is equal to fx, right? Y is equal to x plus 1 the whole square. Y a function of x, you write x a function of y. X plus 1 is equal to root y. X is equal to root y minus 1. This itself is the inverse. What you do in 12th as well. Boards root y minus 1. This is f inverse of y. Therefore, f inverse of x is equal to root x minus 1. Answer is option 3. Sine inverse of x plus sine inverse of y is pi by 2, right? So this is sine inverse of x plus sine inverse of y is cos inverse of root of 1 minus y square is equal to pi by 2. Right? No need to simplify anything, just equate them. Because sine inverse plus cos inverse is pi by 2. X equal to root of 1 minus y square, square on both sides, x square is equal to 1 minus y square. Answer is option A. Okay, this is actually asked in JEE Main. Summation tan inverse of 1 divided by 1 plus r into r plus 1. R is equal to 1 to n. Okay, so this can be written as summation r is equal to 1 to n, and tan inverse of numerator can be written as r plus 1 minus 1. R plus 1 minus r, I'm sorry. R plus 1 minus r will give me 1 only. Okay, this is 1 plus r into r plus 1. I can write this as summation r is equal to 1 to n, tan inverse of x minus tan inverse of y. That is r plus 1 minus tan inverse of r. Okay, now if I put r equal to 1 to n, I get a series. If you put r equal to 1, I get tan inverse of 2 minus tan inverse of 1. You put r equal to 2, you get tan inverse of 3 minus tan inverse of 2. You put r equal to 3, tan inverse of 4 minus tan inverse of 3. And so on, this will continue. And the last term will be equal to tan inverse of n plus 1 minus tan inverse of n. Right? What is one term before this? One term before this will be equal to tan inverse of n minus tan inverse of n minus 1. Alright, let us cancel all the similar terms. Plus minus terms will get cancelled. This is n minus 1. Tan inverse of 2 will cancel. 3 will cancel, okay, and then n will cancel, right? Except the 2 terms remaining, everything will get cancelled. You can say except this guy and this guy, everything will get cancelled. Okay, sorry, except this guy, even this will get cancelled. Okay, so this will be equal to tan inverse of n plus 1 minus tan inverse of 1. Okay, so you need a heavy practice for this. If you have solved this, you are a really good student. X minus y divided by 1 plus x into y. This will cancel tan inverse of n divided by n plus 2. Answer is option A. N divided by n plus 2. You take, if you have done JEM and PYQs, you must have done this problem. Let us move to the next question. Of course, see, it's a direct question, NCERT exercise question only. Px plus Qy, NCERT MCQ, sorry. It says maximum occurs at 15, 15 and 0, 20. So this means that Z maximum at 15, 15 will be equal to 15P plus 15Q, right? Again, Z maximum at 0, 20. You put 0, x is 0, y is 20, 20Q. Right, let us equate them. 15P plus 15Q is equal to 20Q. 15P is equal to 5Q and 3P is equal to Q. So Q is equal to 3P. Last option. There was a similar question in NCERT exercise when you're solving linear programming. When plotting the graph, you will get maximum at 2 distinct points, 2 different corners. Let's say if you will get 2 different corner points. Let's say this is A, this is B. Right, then the number of points at which Z maximum occurs means it's every point on the line from here to here. So infinite number of points. Even this is NCERT MCQ only. Probability of obtaining an even prime number on each die. That is n of s is equal to 6 into 6, right? An even prime number P of A is equal to, even P of A is n of A by n of s. Even prime number on both the dice, that is first die and second die. 2 is the only even prime number. That is, you should get 1 on the first prime, 2 on the first die, again 2 on the second die, because 2 is the only even prime number, divided by n of s. He says even prime number on both the dice. That is 1 by 36. The probability of a man and his wife live after 20 years is 1 by 4 and 1 by 3. Let's say P of A is equal to 1 by 4 and P of B is equal to 1 by 3. Okay, respectively, the probability that neither man nor his wife will live after 20 years, that is neither A nor B, A bar intersection B bar. Since it is an independent even, right, I can write this as P of A bar into P of B bar. Because wife of A, wife of husband and wife doesn't depend on each other, they are independent. This can be written as 1 minus P of A into 1 minus P of B will be equal to 1 minus 1 by 4 into 1 minus 1 by 3. Okay, 1 minus 1 by 4 is 3 by 4. 1 minus 1 by 3 is 2 by 3, which is equal to half. Answer is option D. Okay, I should find only the integrating factor. I'll divide by 1 minus x square throughout. This can be written as dy by dx minus x divided by minus x divided by 1 minus x square into y is equal to 1 minus 1 by x square. This is of the form dy by dx plus py is equal to q. Okay, p is equal to minus x divided by 1 minus x square. Integrating factor is e per integration of p dx, e per integration of minus x divided by 1 minus x square. I'll multiply and divide by 2. Divide by 2 and multiply by 2 upon 1 minus x square dx. You differentiate denominator, you get numerator. It will be log of 1 minus x square. Log m power n is n log m. This can be written as log of 1 minus x square whole power 1 by 2. E power log x is x. You get 1 minus x square whole power half, which is root of 1 minus x square. Answer is option D. Okay, this is the question on probability based theorem. Alright, now I am supposed to find out P of A. P of E given E1 is what? P of E given E1, E1 given E will be equal to P of E given E1 into P of E1 divided by, you will have total probability. Isn't it, guys? So you will have total probability. Like that, if I have suppose P of A given L is equal to L given A into P of A divided by total probability, that is L given A into P of A plus this is P of L given B into P of B plus P of this is L given C into P of C plus P of L given D into P of D. Like this you have all. Got it? Now if I substitute the values, which is already, you're not finding anything, don't worry, everything is there in the question only. This is probability of D. This is probability of D. Now if I substitute here, right, L given A, right, this is L given A, 24 by 100 into this is P of A, P of B, P of C, P of D is already given 1 by 4. That fellows will get cancelled, don't worry. This is 1 by 4. It's already mentioned in the question. Okay, this will get cancelled. It's mentioned that all are equal to 1 by 4 only. Again, this is 24 by 100 into 1 by 4 plus this is 9 by 100, okay, into 1 by 4 plus 17 by 100 into 1 by 4 plus finally I have 22 by 100 and 1 by 4. That all 1 by 4s will get cancelled. Cancel 100 as well in the LCM. 24 divided by 24 plus 9 plus 17 plus 22. You add all this, you get 24 by 72, which is equal to 1 upon 3. Yes, 24 plus 9 plus 17 plus 22, 72 only. You divide, you will get 1 upon 3. Okay, now alpha, beta, the roots of the acute angles. Alpha, beta are acute angles such that alpha, beta, alpha plus beta and alpha, beta, alpha minus beta satisfy this equation. I take this is a quadratic equation in tan, right? Tan is equal to minus b plus minus root of b square minus 4ac divided by 2a. Good question actually. Tan theta is equal to, you will get 4 plus minus, b is minus 4, right? So 16 minus 4ac by 2a. You get tan theta is equal to 4 plus minus root 12 divided by 2. You simplify this, you will get tan theta is equal to 2 plus minus root 3. Right, so two cases will be there. Alpha beta satisfies this. So tan of alpha plus beta is equal to 2 plus root 3. And tan of alpha minus beta is equal to 2 minus root 3. So this means that alpha plus beta should be equal to 75, because tan 75 is 2 plus root 3. Alpha minus beta is equal to 15, because tan 15 is 2 minus root 3. If I am solving them, add these two, you get 2 alpha is equal to 90. Alpha should be equal to 45. Alpha is 45. Beta is equal to 30. If I substitute here, 75 minus alpha, okay, 75 minus 45, which is equal to 30. Okay, alpha 45, beta 30. He's asking then alpha and beta respectively, 45 and 30. Answer is option A. Root of minus 1 is I, right? This is summation n equal to 1 to 4, I to the power of 2n. If you put I equal to 1, you get I square, I equal to 2, you get I power 4, then I power 6 plus I power 8. I per multiple of 4 is always 1. Okay, I square is minus 1, I power 4 is plus 1, I to the power of 6 is I square whole cube, which is minus 1 the whole cube equal to minus 1. I per 8 is plus 1, so answer will be equal to 0. This is very simple question on linear inequalities, first year question. 3x minus 3 is less than or equal to 2x minus 6. And then if you shift here, you get x is less than or equal to minus 3. Answer is option A. 10 different points are there on a circle. On a circle, 10 different points are there. He says number of triangles, right? In statement 1, he says number of triangles. Number of triangles, if you want 10 points are there, you need 3 points. You need to connect 3 points for statement 1. So 10C3. Okay, 10C3 is 10 into 9 into 8 upon 3 into 2 into 1, which is 120. This will cancel 5. This will cancel 3 times. You will get this as 15 into 8, which is 120. But he says 100, so this has to be false. Number of straight lines, if you have 10 points, 10C2, which is equal to 45. This is true. Statement 1 is false and statement 2 is true. Answer D. This is very simple question. In K-CET 2025. Okay, how many ways can you arrange all the letters and numbers in K-CET 2025, in which it should start with K and end with 5. These two are reserved. Okay, these two are fixed actually. These two are reserved, or you can call fixed. Remaining how many are there? 6 are left out. Remaining these 6 can be arranged among themselves in 6 factorial ways, but 2 is repeated twice. That's why twice 2 factorial, which is equal to 360, 720 by 2. If you have suppose letters of word India is a 5-letter word, 5 factorial by 2 factorial, because I is repeated twice. Okay. The value of this x is equal to, see, there are 2 ways. Directly you take 2, substitute and do it. Otherwise you write this as numerator as x plus 1 the whole cube, right? Denominator as x plus 1 whole power 4. Otherwise you substitute directly, you still get the answer. In the tension, if you have not done it might have not flashed like, oh, this is cube, this is power 4. You still get the answer. 2 plus 1, which is equal to 1 by 3. Otherwise you will get 27 by 81, which is 1 by 3 only. This is a question on sequences and series. We have to insert 2 numbers between root 2 and 4. That is root 2. Let's say this is x1. This is x2 comma 4. This is in GP. Number of terms is equal to 4. Last term is equal to 4. Nth term of a GP is AR to the power of n minus 1 equal to 4. A is equal to root 2, right? R I don't know. N is equal to 4, so 3 is equal to 4. R cube is equal to 4 by root 2 is 2 root 2. I can write R cube is equal to 2 root 2 is 2 to the power of 3 by 2. R is equal to 2 power half. That is R is equal to root 2. Okay, x1 is equal to AR, right? X1 is equal to AR. A is equal to root 2. Right, so this is root 2 into root 2, which is equal to 2. And x2 is equal to AR square, which is A is equal to root 2, R square is equal to 2, which is 2 root 2. 2 root 2 is same as root 8. So 2 numbers which should be inserted between root 2 and 4 is 2 and root 8. That is root 8 and 2. Answer is option 3. Okay, your answer should be option C only, guys, because the matrix which is not a square matrix is a rectangular matrix. Okay, if A is equal to A dash, then it is symmetric. The diagonal element of a diagonal matrix are same. That's which is the diagonal elements of a diagonal matrix are same is a scalar matrix. And matrix which is both symmetric and skew symmetric is a null set. So answer is option 3. These are direct questions. You need not hold the pen only. And this also says if A is a non-singular matrix, then A inverse will exist, which is true. If A and B are symmetric matrices of same order, AB plus BA is symmetric, AB minus BA is skew symmetric. So both the statements are true. You need not hold pen only for this. A row matrix has only one row, okay, with one or more columns. It can be anything. It can be like this: A, B, C, D, E, F. All these are row matrix. It can have any number of columns. This is there in NCERT exercise 12. The matrix is thing. you can add and subtract only when orders are same. So he says if n equal to p, x is a matrix of order 2 by n, and then y is a matrix of order, z is a matrix, sorry, z is a matrix of order 2 by p, and orders are same, right? If orders are same, then this this should also be a matrix of either 2 by n or 2 by p, but anyways n equal to p given, right? So answer is option A. Which of the following is not correct? Determinant is a, which of the following is correct? I'm sorry. Determinant is a square matrix. Wrong. Determinant is a number associated to a matrix. Wrong, because matrix should be square matrix. Determinant is a unique number associated to a square matrix. Yes. Determinant is not defined for determinant is not defined for square matrix. Wrong. It is defined for square matrix only. Which of the following is not correct? A into adjoint A is adjoint A into A, determinant A into I, right? But he says A into I. This is false. Remaining all are correct. Which of the following is not correct? Only first is not correct. Remaining all are correct. Determinant, which is not correct. Determinant of AB is not equal to determinant A into determinant B. Alright, these two are true, obviously. Even this is little tricky. Actually, 1 by det A inverse. I'll prove it. This is actually with correct. 1 by det A inverse is same as 1 by det A inverse is same as determinant A inverse, right? Which is same as 1 by determinant A whole inverse. I can take to numerator determinant A, which is same as determinant A transpose. Determinant A transpose is same as det A transpose. So that is true actually. Only this is false. Area of a triangle, no need to use the formula. We have done shortcut now. So just write 3, 8, minus 4, 2, and 5, 1. Repeat the first vertex. Area is equal to how much? P by 4. Half of determinant of take principal minus secondary. You can check giraffe videos also. We have made shorts on this. 6 plus 32. 6 plus 32, which is equal to 38. Principal minus secondary. Put plus. Again, this minus this is minus 4 minus 10, which is minus 14. This is 38 minus 14. And then this is 40 minus 3, which is equal to 37, is equal to P upon 4. This will cancel 2 times. 24 and 37 will give me 61. Take modulus only, P by 2. Take plus value, P equal to 122. Answer is 3. Here A1 by A2 is not equal to B1 by B2. So obviously it should be unique solution. 2 by 1 by 2 is not equal to 2 by 3. Or you just take delta determinant 1, 2, 2, 3, which is equal to minus 1 not equal to 0. Determinant not equal to 0 means unique solution only. Whenever mod of A plus B is equal to mod of A minus B means A and B are perpendicular. That is if you square on both sides. Okay, if you square on both sides. If you square on both sides, then you will get A square plus B square plus 2 times A dot B is equal to, this is A square plus B square minus 2 times A dot B. This will cancel. You shift on the left side. 4 times A dot B is equal to 0. Therefore, A dot B is 0. If A dot B is 0 means A is perpendicular to B. Alright, so if A is perpendicular to B, I just take the dot product here. A dot B is equal to 0. 2 alpha plus 2 beta minus 2 is equal to 0. I'll get alpha plus beta equal to 1. Here I did not use the questions. This is A and options are already given. A dot C should be 3. So use this option. Answer, you will get dot product as 3. Check if you want. You take A, you take option 3. You take A and option C dot product. A dot C is 3. Only C will satisfy. Orthogonal means again dot product should be 0. A dot B is 0. You will get this as 2 plus 2 lambda plus 3 equal to 0. Lambda will be minus 5 by 2. Here you take dot A1 into A2 plus B1 into B2 plus C1 into C2. Okay, check, everything will get cancelled. 90 degree. I don't think so you need time for this. Within 2 seconds you get the answers. X minus 1 divided by 1 equal to K. Y plus 1 divided by 2 is equal to K. And Z minus 3 divided by 2 is equal to K. So first line will be X minus 1 by 1. Y plus 1 by 2. Z minus 3 by 2. And X minus 1 by 2. Y minus 2 by 1. Z minus 3 by 1. Use this cos theta formula. Cos theta is equal to A1 into A2 plus B1 into B2 plus C1 into C2 by root of A1 square plus B1 square plus C1 square. Angle between two lines. A2 square plus B2 square plus C2 square. Alright, use this formula. You will get the answer as option B. Here also, here no need to do the problem actually. So this is line L1, right? We're joining the points minus 1, 2 and 3, 6. Okay, he says there's a line L2 which is passing through the point 3, minus 1. Okay, and divides it in the ratio 1:3. What is the equation of line L2? Why will I do it? He says it passes through, the line L2 passes through 3, minus 1, right? I'll substitute 3 minus 1 and check where it will satisfy. Okay, so if I only C will satisfy, let me check. 4 into 3 is 12 minus 3 minus 9 equal to 0. Yes, answer is option 3. Alright, in this question, yes, alpha greater than beta greater than 0 is true. It will be hyperbola. Okay, because this alpha will be semi-vertical angle and beta is another angle, acute angle. So obviously alpha should be greater than beta to get a hyperbola. And here alpha should be less than beta, less than 90 degree. But this is false. Statement 1 is true and statement 2 is false. Okay, this is very simple question. He says it will cut at 90 degree. A is a okay, he says you get a right angle triangle, right angle at B. So this is B, this will be A, which is 2, 4, 3. And B will be equal to 4, A, 9. And C will be equal to 10, minus 1, 7. Okay, DRs of line joining 2 points will be equal to 2, A, minus 4. And this is 6. And DRs of this line joining 2 points will be equal to minus 6 and A plus 1 and then 2. Let us multiply the DRs. They are perpendicular now. So you get minus 12 plus A minus A plus 1 into A minus 4 plus 12 is equal to 0. These two guys will cancel. A is equal to minus 1 or A equal to 4. Minus 1 or 4, answer is 2. Just multiply the DRs. This is also simple, x tends to 3, right? 9 minus 3m minus 3b divided by 0 is equal to 5. Cross multiply. 9 minus 3 times a plus b is equal to 0. That is a plus b is equal to 3. Okay, or whenever x is tending to 0, denominator is tending to 0, right? Numerator will tend to 9a minus 3a minus 3b. Okay, limit will exist only when 9 minus 3m minus 3b equal to 0. Simplify this, guys. You get a plus b is equal to 3 only. That's what we do in JEE Mains. X is tending to 1 means less than 1 only now I should use, which is 1 plus 1. Tending to 2 means greater than or equal to 2. 2 square minus 1. Okay, answer is 5. Question number 54. Cube on both the sides. You will get y cube is equal to tan x plus y. Now you differentiate. 3y the whole square into y dash. Derivative of tan x is sec square x. And derivative of y is y dash. Shift here and take y dash common. 3y square minus 1 into y dash is equal to sec square x. So sec square x divided by 3y square minus 1. Answer sec square x divided by 3y square minus 1. Last option. That is y dash. It is continuous at x is equal to 1, right? Left hand limit is equal to right hand limit is equal to f of 1. Left hand limit, if I substitute 1, you get a plus 7. Right hand limit, if I substitute, you get 4 by b. F of 1 will be equal to 2. Now if I substitute a is equal to 2 minus 7, a equal to minus 5. A equal to minus 5 and b is equal to, this will cancel 2 times. Alright, so 2b is equal to 2. Minus a is minus 5, b is equal to plus 2. Alright, now this is a very simple question, no substitution. You take this as y, you take this as z. I should find d square y by dz square. Twice I should differentiate. Second order derivative. Second order derivative means differentiation of one function with another to respect to second function. Y equal to, this is 3 cos inverse of x, right? This is cos inverse of 4x cube minus 3x is 3 cos inverse of x. Okay, this is 2 cos inverse of x. Now if I differentiate dy by dx will be minus 3 by root of 1 minus x square, and dz by dx is minus 2 by root of 1 minus x square. If I divide them dy by dz, you will get 3 by 2. If you differentiate once again, d square y by dz square is 0 because 3 by 2 is a constant. This is directly x lies between minus 1 and plus 1. Luckily 2 tan inverse of x. Otherwise differentiation changes based on the domain. 1 by 2 lies between minus 1 plus 1. So directly I can write 2 upon 1 plus x square. F dash of half will be 2 divided by 1 plus 1 upon 4. Take up, it will be 8 by 5. There's one important question result actually which was asked in 2019 also. You can check, we have included in giraffe material. We made the shorts also for this K-CET short, K-CET 2019 question. Whenever you have x power m y power n is equal to x plus y whole to the power of n plus n, dy by dx is always equal to y by x. In crash course also we taught this. This is same as dy by dx is y by x only. If you simplify this guy will be y by x only. So this means that this is x to the power of half y to the power of 1 by 3 is equal to x plus y whole to the power of n. So I can write 1 by 2 plus 1 by 3 equal to n. No need to differentiate and equate, nothing. N is equal to 5 by 6. This is option 3. Okay, now you call this as equation 1. He says y coordinate changes 9 times as fast as x coordinate. So this means that dy by dt is equal to 9 times dx by dt. And from this I can write dy by dx is equal to 9. Right? So if I differentiate 3 times dy by dx is equal to 3x square. This will cancel. 9 is equal to x square. X is equal to plus minus 3. If I put x equal to 3 in first equation, you will get 3y is equal to 27 minus 3, right? This is 3. Okay, let's call equation 1. You will get 3y is equal to 24 and y is equal to 8. So 3, 8 is the answer. And the last question, guys. A YouTube short video is getting viral according to f of t. That is, I'll differentiate f dash of t is equal to minus 60 square plus 60. If I equate this to 0, you get t is equal to 0 and t equal to 1. Okay, he says video gets maximum number of shares, right? So f double dash of t is equal to minus 12t plus 6. And f double dash of 1 will be minus 6, which is less than 0. So f is maximum. F is maximum at t is equal to 1. So maximum number of shares will be after 1 hour. Thank you, guys. We go through this video, and please do kindly share. I've done this all 60 questions, the best possible shortcuts. Thank you, guys. I hand over this to the bio ma'am. All right, and keep in touch with us. Anything, any counseling, any doubts related to counseling sessions you have, you can kindly reach us. No issues. We'll help you till you get your seat. Thank you, guys. God bless you.
Yes, good evening, children. Hope so your K-CET paper today of biology has went well. Cross-checked with the K-CET paper of biology. That most of the questions, 99.99% of the question has been solved in the K-CET classes in the crash course. And 38 questions from second year and 22 questions have from first year have been analyzed. So you can get one informative class now, as I am about to solve this K-CET paper now. We'll solve biology code 02 C2 code. So let's have it. I repeat, it is K-CET biology code C2. So whoever students have this code, it will be easy for them. The one which is having a missing code can just move over the question paper and just check out the questions. It will be reliable there in every pages. So I'll give a gap between every question so that till I solve the questions, you will be able to connect to each questions. Okay, let's get started, children. Yes. So the first question, choose the correct. It's actually choose the correct sequence of wall layers in the microsporangium of an angiosperm. Okay. So when we are talking about 4 wall layers of the angiosperms, it is outer epidermis, then it should be endothecium, middle layer, and tapetum, which is a nourishing layer. So it will work with option 2. So I repeat, children, it is option 2, outer epidermis, middle endothecium. Next is the middle layer, the third layer, and the nourishing layer, the tapetum. So whoever have marked this option, all the best. It's correct option. Yes. We'll proceed for the next question. Which of the following statements are correct? They're talking about the correct, and they're talking about cleistogamous flowers. We know there are 2 types of flowers. One is the cleistogamous flowers, and the another one is chiasmogamous. And we are aware of the meaning of each flower. Cleistogamous are closed flowers, and chiasmogamous are open flowers. So let's have these options and let's connect to these cleistogamous flowers. They have exposed anthers and stigma. First of all, they are closed flowers. They don't have exposed anthers and stigma. They produce an assured seed set. Yes, it's confirmed because the seed set will be the same for them. They need pollinators for pollination? No, as they are closed, they don't require pollinators. Variations in trait are not seen in next generation. 100% not seen because they will have the same variety. So this is the 2 options which can we select. So it works with option B and D. So option B and D is the correct option. Hope so my students have done well and selected this correct option. And let's proceed for the question number 3. Yes. There is a diagrammatic representation of a drug, and they have given skeletal structures, it's shown below, and they are talking about this. So it is based on the NCERT, it is a director diagram which has been given. So it's not of opioid, it's not coca-alkaloid, it's not morphine, it's cannabinoid. So the correct option is cannabinoid. Yes, so it works with the option 2, cannabinoid. Yes, children, let us proceed for the next. Yes, what identify the correct pathway. You have to please be careful in selecting the question. They're asking the correct pathway of milk secretions by the mammary glands. Okay, so it starts with the structure of the mammary gland where they are synthesis of milk. So synthesis milk is alveoli. This all options is given correctly, but it passes through from alveoli. It passes to mammary tubules. From mammary tubules, it passes through mammary duct. From there, it will store the milk. So it should be a mammary ampulla. And then it moves to the lactiferous duct, which should be sucked out. So hence, the option which works with this is option number 2. Hope so, children, you have all selected this correct option. I repeat, it's alveoli to mammary tubules to mammary duct, ampulla, and it is lactiferous duct. Okay, let's proceed for the next. Match the items in column 1 and column 2. So they are talking about this complete structure of human sperm structure. Okay, children, as we know that the human sperm structure is divided into 4 parts: the head, the neck, the middle piece, and the tail. So based on this, there are functions. So acrosome, what is an acrosome? Acrosome is filled with enzyme that helps in fertilization. Head, what is head? Head consists of elongated haploid nucleus. Yes. Middle piece, it consists of an organelle called as mitochondria, which produces energy. And tail, it facilitates the sperm motility. So it works with which option, children? Acrosome 3, head is 4. Acrosome 3, head is 4, middle piece is 1, and tail is 2. And it works with option number 4. Got it, children? Yes. Let's proceed for the next. Yes. Which of the following does not produce seminal plasma? And you know, seminal plasma are produced by the accessory glands. And there are 3 accessory glands in the male reproductive system, that is seminal vesicles, prostate gland, and the bulbourethral gland. Out of this, bulbourethral gland is the gland which is present in the male reproductive system. Seminal vesicle is also present. It will also release seminal plasma, and prostate gland, it also release seminal plasma. The epididymis does not work with this option, and they are telling it's not producing any seminal plasma. So the correct option is option 1, epididymis. Epididymis does not produce any seminal plasma. Actually, epididymis is an accessory duct. Okay, children, understood? It is a highly coiled accessory duct. Hope so you have done this correct selection of this option, and let us proceed for the next. Yes. Which of the following is STI, sexually transmitted infection, and are not completely curable? They are telling they are not completely curable. The completely curable, actually, say, genital warts can be cured, but AIDS cannot be cured. Chlamydiasis can be cured, but gonorrhea cannot be. So it is not matching with that option. Genital warts again can be cured. And the correct option which cannot be cured and it is fatal for life, it is AIDS and genital herpes. Hope so you are understanding, which is not completely curable, and it works with the option AIDS and genital herpes, option number 4. Okay, children, let us proceed with the next. Okay. What is the following statements which are responsible for Saheli? And Saheli is an oral contraceptive. They are telling not true. It is a non-steroidal preparation. Correct. It's a once a week pill. That's also correct. It is a low contraceptive. They are telling which is not true. Actually, it is a high contraceptive value. That's why most of the females consume this for avoiding pregnancy. And it has a fewer side effects. That's correct. It has a fewer side effects. So which is not true? It should be option 3. It is not true. Yes, it works with this option 3. Question number 8 related to Saheli. So it's option 3. Hope so, children, you have selected the correct answer. Let's proceed for the next. A woman unable to conceive after many years of unprotected coitus, went to a specialized clinic. A complete examination was done. A woman was found to be normal, while the male partner was diagnosed with infertility, was unable to inseminate the female. Very important word, he was unable to inseminate the female because of oligospermia, that is low sperm count. Suggest which art technique would you rely? So it is insemination problem, so hence it should be artificial insemination. So artificial insemination works with this option. So she can be inseminated into her female vaginal tract with the artificial semens. So option 3, AI, artificial inseminations. Let's proceed with the next question. Okay. The genotype of an husband is given IA, IB, and the genotypes of wife is given IAIO. Among the blood groups of their children, what are the different genotypes and what are the different phenotypes possibilities they're asking? So it's very easy to solve. Actually, we can check like this. IA, IB can be crossed with IA and IO. So if it is crossed, IA, one possibility, IB, IO is another possibility, IA and IO is another possibility, and IB and IO is another possibility. So if we are talking about genes, there are four types of genes here. IAA is one gene, IBIO is another one gene, IAIO is another one gene. Sorry, this is IAIB. So this is one type, this is third type, and this is fourth type. So there are four genotypes. And phenotypes, because this both comes for A blood group. This is A blood group. This is AB blood group, and this works with B blood group. So they are the phenotypes is 3. So it works with 4 genotypes and 3 phenotypes. So this should be the correct option to be selected for this type of questions. It's very easy to form a cross check. So this is the method to do it, and this is the second option correct. We'll proceed for the next. Yes. The classical example for point mutation. The point mutation classical example is sickle cell anemia. Because we have come across many questions like this, and this is a direct question which we have seen in our crash courses, and point mutation is the best example for sickle cell anemia. Yes, next. So there are 2 statements given here. It's a test cross. A typical test cross showing a dominant phenotype is crossed with the recessive parent. When it is dominant phenotype is crossed with the recessive parent, so that is actually the test cross. Second statement, the ratio of organisms showing dominant and recessive trait in the F1 generation of a test cross indicates the organism with unknown genotype is homozygous dominant. Children, they're talking about homozygous dominant. Actually, the ratio of test cross is 1:1. And when you see, it comes under heterozygous dominant. So it works with option 3, because option 3, statement 1 is true and statement 2 is false, because it would have given heterozygous dominant. Okay. Did you select this? Yes, this is the correct option. Okay. Now talking about another question, both are blood related. Thalassemia and sickle cell anemia are due to a problem in the globin molecule synthesis. What is the correct statement? First of all, I wanted to tell you about thalassemia and sickle cell anemia. Both are blood related, and it is related to globin chains. Sickle cell anemia is due to the quantitative problem of globin chain. Okay, so they are talking about what is a correct statement. So sickle cell anemia is a quantitative. No, it is qualitative. That's not the correct option. Both are due to qualitative defects. No, thalassemia is quantitative. Thalassemia is quantitative. So hence we cannot select that option. Both are due to quantitative defects in the globin chain. No. Thalassemia is due to the less synthesis of globin chain. This is the 100% accurate answer. So hence we should select option 4. So sickle cell anemia is qualitative and thalassemia is quantitative, which does not match any of these three options. This thalassemia is directly connected to the less synthesis of globin molecules. So hence this is a correct selective option, option number 4. Yes, next question. Who amongst the following scientists has no contribution? They're talking about no contribution, children, in the development of the DNA helix, double helix DNA model. So, Morris and Wilkins, Rosalind and Franklin, Erwin and Chargaff rule, they are all associated with the DNA structures in the development of the DNA model. But Michelson and Stahl was the one who did semi-conservation, and he explained whether DNA is the genetic material or not. Proof of genetic material. Okay. So if it is proof of genetic material, then he is not involved in the contribution of the development. They are talking about development. So hence Michelson and Stahl will be the option to be selected for this question. Understood, children? So it should be Michelson and Stahl, the one who was about to propose the semi-conservation principle. Followed with the next question. Yes, a DNA molecule. So DNA molecule, they are asking cytosine is 28%. Calculate the percentage of adenine. Actually, we are aware of the Erwin and Chargaff rule. It is A plus T is equal to C plus G. Now here they are given value of cytosine. It is 28%. So it should be same for guanine because guanine and cytosine are both are same. So if it is 28 plus 28, what is the answer? It should be 56. Okay. So out of 100, if I am going to eliminate or subtract 56, it works with 10 minus 6 is 4 and 9 minus 5 is 4. So it is 44. And if it is 2, this is talking about 44 for this. So if I divide this by 2, it comes 22. So adenine is 22 and thymine is also 22. But they are asking only adenine. So we have to select the option 3. It is 22%. Understood, children? So this is the easy way. This is an Erwin Chargaff's rule which we can follow by using this formula. Okay. So let's proceed with the next question. Yes. Arrange the given steps of DNA fingerprinting in the sequence by selecting the correct option. So what are the correct options when we are going to do the DNA fingerprinting? So DNA fingerprinting, first of all, we are going to isolate the DNA. When you are going to isolate the DNA, this comes as option 1. Then we are going to digest the DNA by using restriction enzyme. So this is option 2. Then we are going to use gel electrophoresis for getting the DNA fragments. Then we are going to follow the copying of the DNA by nitrocellulose paper. And the last one is to see them into the audio radiography. We use the 5th step. So it should be D, it should be D, then A, third E, then it should be C, then B. So it works with option 3. Yes, children, understood the sequence of selecting the DNA fingerprinting steps? So this works with this option. Hope so you have correctly selected this option. Yes, we'll proceed for the next. Yes. Select the statement which is not true about Big Bang theory. Big Bang theory explains the origin of universe. Yes. As universe expanded, the temperature came down. Yes. Hydrogen and helium gases formed before. They are telling they have formed before the explosion. No, children, it formed after the explosion. So which is not true as they are asking. This is the wrong answer. We'll see. We'll read the other options also. The gases condensed under gravitation form the galaxies. Yes, this is also correct. So the incorrect option is option 3. Hydrogen and helium gases formed before the explosion. Actually, it formed after the explosion. So this is the correct option for 17th question. Yes, let's proceed for the next. Yes. Talking about Hugo de Vries. He was the one to explain the what theory, children? He explained mutation theory. Yes, hope so you remember. And this is due to, where is mutation here, children? So the mutation is here. So it is direct, understandable answer. It is single step mutation he shows. He shows large mutation. So single step large mutation was given by Hugo de Vries, and he was the one to propose mutation theory. So, hope so this option you have selected and did the correct one and come. Yes, next question. Yes. Identify the correct order of the stages of human evolution. Children, when I was doing the crash course, I have given you the hint of understanding this. I said you one simple trick. Draw hen M. Dryopithecus, Ramapithecus, Australopithecus, Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Neanderthal man, and modern man. So let's work with this. So it should be 1. Then Ramapithecus they are missing, so it should be 2. Then they are talking about Homo habilis, this should be 3. Then Homo erectus, this should be 4. Then Neanderthal man, this should be 5. So let's see which option works with this. So it starts with option E, then goes with option C, then goes with option A, then option B, then option D, which is a Neanderthal man. So the correct option is option 2 for this sequence. So hope so you have understood this trick which I have explained during my classes, and if you have understood you would have selected the correct option. Yes. Next, let's proceed for the next question. Yes. Pollen grains. Yes. Pollen grains. It's what is the pollen grain? It's a male gametophyte. Okay. And the pollen grains is having 2 layers. One is outer exine and the inner intine. What they are asking the question, we have pollen grains are well preserved as fossils, very important, because of the presence of which part of the pollen grain. So it should be sporopollenin, because sporopollenin is that type of an layer of the pollen grain which is very hard and it can control any enzymatic action and it can be used for the fossil evidences. So sporopollenin is the correct option for this question. Next question. Yes. Causative organism for the disease pneumonia. Actually, pneumonia is caused by 2 types of organism. One is Streptococcus or Diplococcus, and another one is influenzae. So the correct option for this is Haemophilus influenza. Wuchereria malayi is for elephantiasis, which cannot be selected, as Salmonella typhi for typhoid, and Trichophoton is a polysporum that is not used here. So hence this is the correct option for this question, Haemophilus influenza. Next question. Yes. Select the option that contains only secondary lymphoid organs. Children, in these 4 options, actually they have mixed both secondary and primary. See here, this thymus is the primary lymphoid organ. Then if I'm talking about bone marrow, this is also a primary lymphoid organ. Again, thymus is repeated here. This is also a primary lymphoid organ. So none of the options out of these 3 options can be selected. So hence the correct option can go with, because it does not have any primary lymphoid organs. So it works with option 2, lymph nodes, appendix and tonsils. So the secondary lymphoid organs are lymph nodes, appendix and tonsils. Okay. Yes, let's proceed for the next. Yes. Identify the biological response modifiers, that is also called as BRMs, which activates the immune system in destroying the tumor. So, if it is tumor, it is directly related to alpha interferon, because histamine and serotonin are used for allergens. And hence alpha interferon is the correct option for the BRM. So it is also called as BRMs. So this is the correct option, children. So it should be alpha interferon. Yes, next question. Okay, the conversion of milk into curd by lab, that is lactoic acid bacillus, increases the nutritional value by producing which type of vitamin? It should be vitamin B12. So the correct option is vitamin B12. Vitamin A, C, D does not work with this option. It is directly vitamin B12. So we'll proceed for the next. Yes. BOD, that is biological oxygen demand of polluted water. They're talking about polluted water, is estimated by the measuring the amount of total organic matter. No, children, we cannot calculate this. Oxygen evolution. Where is oxygen evolution? Where is oxygen evolved there? No, there is. This is an eliminated option. Oxygen consumption, yes. How much oxygen is going to consume, so much BOD can be calculated. And biodegradable organic matter does not work so very early, because it is still a process which is still on the way. So it is oxygen consumption. So the correct option for this measuring the amount of BOD in the polluted water is oxygen consumption. Okay. How much of oxygen is consumed by the flux? It will be estimating the BOD value. Next question. Yes. Given below are the 2 statements. Statement 1, baculovirus. Baculovirus are pathogens that attacks the nematodes. First of all, nematode means Ascahelminthes. Ascar is roundworms. No, this is wrong. Actually, baculovirus will attack the Arthropoda phylum. And Arthropoda phylum is nothing but all insects. So this option is wrong. Then baculovirus are used in biocontrol agents in ecological sensitive areas, and they are species specific. Yes, children, they are species specific, and we have learned like it is under narrow spectrum. We have come across this, right? Narrow spectrum and broad spectrum. So they are species specific, and they will target to those types of arthropods which they wanted to destroy. So hence they are very important, species specific, and this is the option correct. So option 1 is wrong, statement 1 is false, and statement 2 is correct. So it will work with option 4. Statement 1 is false, but statement 2 is correct. Yes. Next question. Technique to alter the chemistry of genetic materials. Any chemistry to alter the genetic materials. And which are the genetic materials? We know DNA and RNA. To introduce these into the host organisms and change the phenotype. See children, I have explained you, whenever we alter any genetic material to change their phenotypes, it is related to genetic engineering. Bioprocess engineering, it's not option. It is copying or cloning, it's not option. Transformation is something different, not related to this question. And the correct option is genetic engineering. So option 3, 27 question, genetic engineering. Next question. Yes. There are two statements given. Statement 1, restriction enzyme BAMH1 has its recognition site in tetracycline region of PBr322. Yes, this is the correct option because yes, it is present in the tetracycline region. E. coli, that is Escherichia coli, having PBr322 with the desired DNA, if inserted in BAMH1 site, can grow in the medium containing tetracycline. No children, this tetracycline with the BAMH1 will be a restriction enzyme. So it is the gene which is a restriction site. So hence this will not grow in this medium. They can't grow in this medium. So this should be option which should be wrong. So it should be option 3 is correct and statement 1 is true and statement 2 is false. So it works with statement 1 is true and statement 2 is false. Okay. Yes. Let's proceed for the next question. Yes. Yes. There is list 1 and list 2 talking about the match the following. Visualization of DNA in the gel electrophoresis. So we can visualize them with the help of ethidium bromide because it gives orange color for the DNA fragments. Precipitation of DNA works with the chilled ethanol. The breaking of the cell wall of bacteria. The bacteria cell wall is peptidoglycan and it can be broken with the help of lysozyme. And the cell wall of the fungus is chitin and it can be broken with the help of chitinase. So it should work with option A matches with option 4. Yes. Option DNA matches with option 3. So yes, breaking of cell wall is option 2 and fungus is option 1. So it matches with option 1. A4, B3, C2 and D1. Yes. So this is the correct match the following for this question. Let's proceed for the next. Yes. The human protein obtained from transgenic animals used to treat emphysema. Direct answer children, it is alpha 1 antitrypsin. Insulin, it is related to blood sugar level, lactoalbumin for lactose of milk sugar, and this beta-lactoalbumin, that is also milk sugar. It does not work with this protein. So only protein which is present is alpha 1 antitrypsin. Yes, next question. Yes. Now, given below are the sequence of events in the production of human insulin by the Eli Lilly company. So what are the correct option children? They are given A, B, C, D. In this, the statements we have to identify which happens first and which happens the next. So if I am talking about option 1, first of all, we have to prepare the DNA sequence corresponding to chain A and B of human insulin. Yes, this is the step 1. Then we have to introduce that chains into the E. coli body. That is step 2. Then we have to produce that alpha chain and beta chain separately. Yes. Then we have to extract them by using the disulfide bonds. So this is the correct way. So it should be option A, then option C, then option B, and then option D. So it should be option 2. Okay. A, C, B, D works with this option, children. This is the correct sequence of events for the preparation of human insulin. And human insulin is what it is called as in artificial human insulin is called as humulin. And this is the procedure which this Eli Lilly company of America was followed. Yes, next question. Yes. Given are the two statements related to adenosine deaminase. Okay, so it is represented as ADA, is crucial for the immune system to function. Yes, adenosine deaminase deficiency can be cured only by bone marrow transplantation. Adenosine deaminase is crucial for the immune system to function. Yes, this is correct option. And adenosine deaminase deficiency can be cured. They are telling only, children. Actually, only it can be cured. It can be given the treatment of bone marrow transplantation, but they are telling only because it also can be cured by gene therapy also. So hence this option should work with wrong. Why? Because they are talking only. If they would have given the option can be cured by bone marrow transplantation, then this would have been the correct option. But as they have mentioned only, so option 1 is true and option 2 is false. So it works with option 3. Okay. Next question. Yes. Which of the following is not correct? Children, they are talking about not correct with the reference to exponential growth model. It is exponential growth model, children. The first option, resources are limited. They are telling resources are limited. Actually, in exponential, no, children, the resources are unlimited. Let's read the other options also. Population grows in a geometric fashion. Yes, J-shaped fashion. The stationary phase is never reached. Yes, there is no reaching of the stationary phase. Population grows beyond the carrying capacity. Yes, it moves beyond the carrying capacity. So this option only is not correct. So resources are limited they have given. It should be the correct option for this not correct statement. Yes. So let's proceed for the next. They are given graphs of population pyramids, age pyramids. So let's select. So this is, see here, this both are true. So this is a stable. Okay. And this is bell shape. This is, see here, this is declining here and here. So this is what shape? On shape. And this is expanding. It is, see, it is recurring and going. It is, if you see from here, it is expanding. So hence it works with option 3. A is stable, B is declining, and C is expanding. So this works with option 3. And this is the correct option for this question. Let's proceed for the next question. Yes. Which one of the following represent the steps for decompositions in the sequence? So in all these options, fragmentation is given the common step. But let's see. So fragmentation, humification, leaching. Humification does not come so early. Fragmentation, leaching. Yes, correct. Catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Yes, this option is correct, children. See, this is also wrong. And here catabolism they have given next step, it's wrong. So it moves with the option 2. Fragmentation, leaching, catabolism, humification, and mineralization. Hope so you have selected this option. Yes, let's proceed for the next question. Yes. Annual net primary productivity they are talking. Sorry. Okay. The annual net primary productivity on land. They are talking about land. So land option should be given here, and ocean option should be given here. First of all, when we are talking about the primary annual productivity, it 170 billion tons. Okay, and we know the ocean is 55. So if I am going to subtract this, it should be 5. 6 minus 5 is 1 and 1. So land is remaining is so much. Actually, we have discussed this in a crash course. This is the correct value of ocean present in the annual net productivity. So it works with the option 2. Option 2, 155 and 55. Yes, let's proceed with the next question. Yes. There is a practical examination. The below given there is a pedigree chart, and the students have to identify the pedigree chart. So children, you can see in this pedigree chart, this is generation 1, this is generation 2, and this is generation 3. Every generation has no skip. They are not skipping any generation. Every generation is getting affected and equal affected with the male and female. So if there are equally affected male and female, and any generation is not skipped, so it works with what option, children? It works with autosomal. Autosomal means any generation is not been skipped. So if any generation is not been skipped, so it works with option 2, autosomal dominant, because both are equally affected. It works with autosomal dominant. So option 2. Next question. Okay. They're talking about the level below are the two statements. There are less species biodiversity in tropical latitudes in the temperate region. First of all, this word less is wrong for this tropical thing. They are having high species biodiversity, and tropical environments, unlike temperate ones, are less seasonal, relatively to be more constant and predictable. So in this, the option which we can select is, the first option is wrong and the second option is correct. So this is the correct option, this is the wrong option. So it works with the option 4. Statement 1 is false and statement 2 is correct. Next question. Okay. A student was given a bisexual flower, actinomorphic, pentamerous, gamosepalous and gamopetalous with 5 stamens, epipetalous. Very important, epipetalous condition. It is bicarpellary, syncarpous. It should be syncarpous, superior ovary, and asked to state the floral formula. Which of the following is the correct floral formula for the given? See, when we are talking about bisexual, it should be, this is the symbol. Actinomorphic is this symbol, children. It is pentamerous. If it is pentamerous, they are talking about 5. And gamosepalous and gamosepalous means they are talking about the sepals, which are penta. So gamosepalous, they are 5 fused. Calyx is 5 fused, and gamopetalous, it is sepals, that is corolla, which is 5 fused. And this is androecium are epipetalous. Epipetalous means they are fused, and there is a superior ovary, bicarpellary superior ovary. So it works with option, children. So it works with superior ovary, so it should be option 4. See, this is actinomorphic, bisexual, calyx 5 fused, corolla 5 fused, androecium they are movement with the epipetalus, because with the petals they are showing the frame, they are added on. So, and it is superior ovary. So syncarpus, yes, syncarpus, superior ovary. It works with option 4, and this is a floral formula for this question. Yes, next question. The student was asked to identify a permanent slide of mitosis. First of all, it is mitosis, children. So in mitosis, it is what division? Equational division. He made the following observations: splitting of centromere and formation of daughter chromatids. Chromatids are migrating towards the opposite poles. See, chromatids are migrating towards the opposite poles. Splitting of centromere and the formation of daughter chromatids, and they are moving to the opposite poles. When they move to the opposite poles, it is anaphase. So it works with the option 3, anaphase. This stage is called as anaphase. Next question. Yes. With respect to binomial nomenclature given by Carolus Linnaeus, identify the incorrect option, children. Incorrect. It should be incorrect option. So, the incorrect option, it works with this. Let's read all the statements. Biological names are generally written in Latin and written in italics. Yes, this is the correct option. They are asking about incorrect option. The first word is the name represent for the species specific epithet. No, children. First name should be genera. Second name they are talking about genus. So this only is the incorrect option. So let us see other options also. Both the words in the name when handwritten should be separately underlined. Yes, this is correct. The first word starts with capital letter. Correct. And the second word starts with small letter. That is correct. So the incorrect option related to binomial nomenclature, it should be option 2. The first word in the name represents specific epithet. That is wrong. It should be genus. And second component denotes genus. That is wrong. It should be species. So this is the correct option for the 41st question. Next. An organism X is multicellular, heterotrophic, and eukaryotic with chitinous cell wall. Children, chitinous cell walls is only present in fungi. So, in which kingdom they are asking? So, it is kingdom fungi. Okay, because first of all, Monera is prokaryotes. Animalia do not have cell wall at all. They lack cell wall because they are animals. And Protista, they are unicellular. They are talking about multicellular. So hence fungi is the option is correct for this type of a question. Why? Because first of all, when we are talking about this chitin, we can understand it is fungi. So hence this works with option 4. 42nd question, fungi is the correct option. Next question, let us proceed. Yes. Read the following statements about funaria. And funaria is what, children? It's a moss. And select the options which is correct. A gametophyte is the dominant plant body. Yes. The sporophyte is differentiated into foot, seta, and capsule. The gemma are asexual green multicellular buds found on the thallus, and the sporophyte has independent existence. So, children, they are talking about correct option. In this, when we are talking about this question, funaria, actually funaria is related to moss. Gemmae are related to mercantia, and mercantia works with gemmules, and here gemmules we should not select. So the dominant phase is correct. The seta with the capsule is correct. The thallus, no, it works. It is not thallus. First of all, it is not working with funaria. And the sporophytic existence are independent. They are telling no, they are children. They are not independent. Actually, they are attached. So these two options only are correct. So it should be option 1, A and B are only correct related to funaria. This is mercantia and they are not independent, they are attached. So this is the correct option for this question. Let's proceed for the next. Yes. Match the following with the list 1 with their excretory organ, children. If you know the animal kingdom with the excretory organ, this will work with you. So, the leech, locust, liver fluke and melanoglossus. Locust is nothing but arthropoda and arthropoda matches with Malpighian tubules. Melanoglossus matches with proboscis gland. Leech. What is a leech? It's a blood-sucking organism, and this liver fluke is platyhelminthes. It's moving with the flame cells, and leech is nephridia. So which options work, children? So leech is 3. Yes. Locust is 4. Liver fluke is 1, and proboscis. So it works with option 3. So the correct match the following for this 44th question is option 3. I repeat, leech is nephridia, locust is Malpighian tubules, liver fluke is flame cells, and melanoglossus is proboscis gland. Yes. Now we'll work with this next question. Identify the flower with poly. Poly means many. Adelphus. What is adelphus? It's related to stamens. So, if it is poly, it works with citrus. Okay. So this is the correct option for this question, children, because we have seen citrus, polyadelphous, more stamens. Okay. So this works with this question. So 45 question is option 3. Yes. Next question. The large empty colorless cells seen in the upper epidermis of grasses. And what is a grass? It's a monocot, which facilitate the curling of leaves. I have explained you curling of leaves in the grasses is because of the enrolling of bulliform cells. Which shows what movement, children? It shows turgor movement. So we are aware of this option, and this works with option 2, that is bulliform cells. Guard cells are found in stomata, that is wrong. Subsidiary cells are found also in stomata, that is not working with the grasses. Mesophyll cells also does not work over here. So bulliform cells is the correct option for this question. Let's proceed for the next. Yes. Talking about find the incorrect statement, children. They're talking about incorrect statement with respect to the digestive system of frog. So let's see all the statements. Food is captured to the bilobe tongue. Yes, correct. Esophagus is a long tube. First of all, esophagus, it's not a long tube. It is a very short tube which opens in the stomata. And we'll see other options also. Liver secretes bile juice and stores in the gallbladder. Yes, correct. The undigested solid waste moves into the rectum and finally comes out to the cloaca. This is also correct. So the incorrect option is esophagus. Why? Because they have given long tube. It is not long tube, it is a short tube. So this is the correct option. Yes, proceed with the next question. Yes. Which of the following is not the function of plasma membrane? Plasma membrane is what type of a membrane, children? It is a semi-permeable membrane, and it can select the movement of to and fro of the materials. So it does endocytosis. Yes. It is helping in the formation of intercellular junctions. Yes. It helps in secretions also. Yes. Yes. It does not support DNA synthesis. It's not the function. Yes. DNA synthesis is not the function of plasma membrane. So the correct option is option D, DNA synthesis. Hope so understood, children. Have you selected this one? Very good. Next. Okay. A chromosome with extremely short and very long arm. Actually, these are the 4 types of chromosomes based on the centromere position, and they're talking one short and a very long arm. Actually, this is having equal arm because it is the centromere is present in the center. Telocentric is the centromere is present only in the end, so very last tip it is, so it is not the correct option. Acrocentric, yes, this is the correct option. Why? Because it is having one short and one long arm. Submetacentric, no, it is little away from the center, away from center. So the correct option over here is acrocentric, which works with this question. So hence 49th question, option 3 is the correct option. Next question. The following statements are the steps in the catalytic action of an enzyme. Arrange them in the correct sequence. So this is an enzymatic action, children. In this enzymatic action, we have to select which is the action which is first happened. Then we have to proceed with one by one to the next. So they have given option 1. The active site of the enzyme now with the close proximity, it should be of the substrate breaks the chemical bond and then it will form the new enzyme product complexes. Option 2, the substrates binds with the tightly to the enzyme and it is ready for the action site of the enzyme. The enzyme releases to produce the reaction and free enzyme is ready to bind. Then the last option, the substrates bind with the active site and it forms an enzymatic reaction. So the option actually, when we are talking about the enzyme reaction, we have to follow the correct sequence. So first of all, we are going to substrates bind to the active site. This should be option 1. Then the substrates binds to the enzyme, inducing a change in the active site of the enzyme. This is option step 2. Then the active site of the enzyme now close to the proximity and breaks the chemical bond of the substrate and new enzyme product complex is formed. This should be option 3. Then it should be enzyme releases the products of the reaction and the free enzyme is ready to bind. This is option 4. So it works with option, children. It should be D, then it should be B, then it should be A and C. D, B, A, C. Yes, D, B, A, C is the correct option for this type of question. Okay, understood the correct steps for the enzyme action? Yes, next question. Yes. A diploid cell which has 8 chromosomes undergo meiosis. And meiosis, we know what type of division it is. It is a reductional division. And they are producing 4 daughter cells. They are producing 4 daughter cells. What is the number of chromosomes present in each daughter cell at the meiosis 1? Actually, we know a diploid cell, when we are talking about a diploid cell, no children. So actually, we know the formula, it is 2n. And how much 2n is given there? It is given 8. So, if I am going to calculate the meiosis, because it is reductional division, 8 divided by 2, it works with 4 chromosomes. So, 4 chromosome is the correct option. Just simple calculation. Actually, they themselves have given 8. We can do like this. Or we can also do 2n minus n, where 2n is given, diploid set is given 8. And when they are talking about 4 daughter cells, if I subtract with 4, that also will give you the option. So both the methods are correct, but the answer is option 2, 4 chromosomes. Okay. Yes. Next question. The cellulose, what is the cellulose, children? It is the cell wall composition of a plant. Structural component of a plant, which is made up of, it is made up of fructose. No, it is not made up of galactose. Yes, it's made up of glucose, not sucrose. So option 3, because glucose, we have completely understood the chapter where we are going to form the glucose in photosynthesis, and cellulose have the chemical composition made up of glucose. Okay, so let's proceed with the next question. Yes, a healthy individual, the GFR rate, that is a glomerular filtration rate, is actually, it is not measured in hour. It is measured in minutes, and 125 ml per minute is the correct option. It is not this. First of all, eliminated options this is. Okay. And in this, you know, we have to talk about 125 ml per minute. So this is the correct option for this question. Yes. Next question. Identify the incorrect. Children, very, very important is you have to understand the question first of all. It is incorrect, they are asking, related to the respiratory system in man. Lungs are covered by a double layered pleura. Yes, correct. The alveoli are surrounded by rich blood capillaries. That is also correct. The trachea, bronchi and bronchioles are supported by O-shaped cartilaginous rings. O-shaped? No, this is wrong. It should be C-shaped, not O-shaped. Let's read another question. The right lung is slightly larger than the left lung. Yes, correct. So the incorrect option for this question is option 3. Trachea, bronchi and bronchioles are supported by O-shape, they are telling. That's wrong. If they would have given C-shape, that was correct. So this is the correct option for 55th question. Let's proceed for the next. Yes. Consider the following statements with respect to electrocardiogram and choose the correct answer they are telling. P wave. P wave represents the depolarization of ventricles. First of all, they are talking about ventricles. No, they are depolarization of auricles, that is atrium. Okay, and T wave represents the repolarization of ventricles. Yes, correct. So this is correct. So option 1 is wrong, but option 2 is correct. So it should be option 3. Option 1 is wrong and option 2 is correct. Okay. ECG wave we have seen, no? So it happens a wave, then a QRS wave, then a T wave, then we see. So this is P wave, this is Q, R, S, and this is T wave. So this is related to atrium, this is related to ventricle. So hence this is the correct option for this. Yes, next question. Yes, aldosterone. Talking about aldosterone, children, from adrenal cortex stimulates the reabsorption of water. They're talking about reabsorption of water and sodium from which part of the nephron. So these are all parts of our structural and functional unit of kidney, that is nephron. So PCT, no, it's not correct. Ascending loop of Henle, no. DCT, yes, this is the correct. Let's see the next option also. Descending limb of Henle, no. So it works with distal convoluted tubule. So aldosterone, it is a reabsorption of water and sodium in option 3, distal convoluted tubule, DCT. Yes. Let's proceed for the next question. Yes. Observe the flow chart with reference to joints. Okay. And there have some examples. Yes, they are talking about joints. What type of joints we have, children? Fibrous joints. Then we have cartilaginous joints. Then synovial joints. Okay. Fibrous joints are not movable. So it will be present in the cranium. They are not movable. Then cartilaginous joints. So I have given this option for cartilaginous. Then synovial joints means they are having 360° of movement. Okay, so maximum movement, not only 360°, they have maximum movement. So let's see, they're talking about between atlas and axis, that is in which region this is present, children? This is present in the neck region, and neck region can be 360°. So hence it is what type of a joint? It is the pivot joint. It is the pivot joint. And hinge joint which can be have bending regions. Okay, so in the bending regions in our body, it is with the knee. So hence option D will be knee. So where it is working, children? So yes, it is working with option 4. A is cranial sutures, which is having the fibrous joints. Then B is cartilaginous joint, C is pivot joint in the neck, and D is the hinge joint which is present in the knee. It works with option 4. Okay, understood? Yes. Next question. Yes, a unipolar neuron are found usually in the embryonic stage. That's true. But what do they have actually? They have uni. Uni means there is only one direction. So for one direction, we should work with axon, and they should be get the signal. So it should be cell body. So this is option is correct. Cell body and one axon, children. So this works with this option, unipolar, cell body and one axon. This is multipolar. This is neither axon nor dendrite. No, one axon, one dendrite. This is bipolar. So this is bipolar. This is multipolar. Okay. And neither axon nor dendrites. So it is then eliminated option. So it should work with option 2. Next question. Yes, gastrin. Gastrin is a hormone secreted by the gastrointestinal tract, that is the stomach, which stimulates the secretion of, very important, gastric juice will enhance the digestion by the release of one acid, and that acid it's not present anywhere except option 1, it is HCl, hydrochloric acid. And it also digests by breaking down the churning part of the digestive food. It is pepsinogen. So it works with option 1, hydrochloric acid, and pepsinogen is the correct option. And here we have done with all our 60 questions of today's exam. So hope so you have all followed with the same and done correctly and come. All the best, students, for your results. I hope so this session has worked you a lot and you can have one calculation of your correct options what you have done and come. Thank you for today. Thank you so much.